Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for life.
me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes,
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for life.
me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes,
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for life.
me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes,
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for life.
me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes,
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for life.
me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes, oh yes.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God.
thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, oh yes. Too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
oh yes, oh yes.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God.
thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, oh yes. Too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
oh yes, oh yes.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God.
thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, oh yes. Too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
oh yes, oh yes.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God.
thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, oh yes. Too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
oh yes, oh yes.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life,
Almighty God.
thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
knife from the job set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty, deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God.
Thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes.
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty, deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God.
Thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes.
protect I and I from the job set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty, deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God.
Thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes.
protect I and I from the job set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty, deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God.
Thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God, tell them I'm born. Protect I and I from the job set for me.
All right, so now I'm on. I bet all you could hear me now because I'm ready to start this thing. And I'm bound to make it. I have to make it. Who is the artist again? The baddest man they say out in Grenada. Is that the baddest artist? And let me lower him down so all you could hear me. Terra the governor. Terra, they say you're bad like what? I don't know if you know you have $1 million tune, Terra, but what wrong with you? That is $1 million song, you know. Somebody called Terra the governor and Palm Tree and tell them they have $1 million below the bed. $1 million below the bed with a big tune like that. Anyway, today we're going to do something special because we're talking to he's not $1 million artist. He may be more than that. We're talking to an artist that's bad like what? Since how many years now? I don't know, but anyway, I'm going to be talking to somebody today that you really, if you have question, ask him. Yeah, because he will answer your questions. You see, when we transform in the creative arts and the performing arts in Grenada from long time, you go understand why we have some top shutters, they call them. They say that in Grenada, top shutters. Brother, make sure you stand by there and ready to come on because I'm going to call you now. Make sure your mic working, your camera on and everything because I'm going to put you on now so the people could see who I'm talking about. All you know who I'm going to talk to? I bet you don't know. Let me tell all you who are going and talk to now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me not put him on yet. Because I know you go start to tell all your thing. Give me a few seconds. Let me show something what he does. You wanna see him? All you wanna see him?
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything is alright. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God.
Thanks for life.
Me piece of shoes that fitting me tight, but I go mash up a party tonight. I say,
Thanks for life.
Almighty God,
Thanks for
tell
life.
them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Tell them I'm born to make it. I have to make it. I'm born to make it. I must make it. Yes, I said, oh yes, oh yes. Too blessed to be stressed. Once my circle positive, then I man could care less. I said,
Oh yes, oh yes.
protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty deliver me. Yes, deliver me. Cause despite the struggles and fight, I smile, everything
Yeah,
is alright.
man,
I
I tell
say,
you, I tell all you. We have some, Grenada has some of the top artists in the world, but we are hiding them, we're exposing them. And right now, I'm ready to bring on, no, we don't say that in Grenada. Oh, a music specialist, fellas, people, audience, ladies, gentlemen. I see camera odds are putting him on right now. I don't know who he is. So as he come on, he's gonna tell you who he is because first time I'm meeting this gentleman. And I didn't know he does music and them kind of things. So but we ain't jumping there. I want to know who he is, where he from, what's his name. So I'll go learn with me today. You get me? Come in, my brother. You ready for us? Come on, come on, come on.
Well, good evening, Dr. Williams, and good evening to all who are listening tonight. I don't believe you when you say you don't know who I am, but we leave it like that for now. um, the name's Kenneth Harper. I operate Harper's Music Services. I am originally from Guava State, to be exact, in St. John. I currently reside in Granbra. I'll leave it at that for the time being until you ask the questions that you want to know about Kenneth Harper.
Oh, but I have a problem already. You're not from St. David's, so how we doing that?
But we have one thing in common. We
What
still
is
have
that?
one thing in common. We're from
You
the Isle of
sure?
Spice. We're from the
Ah,
Isle of Spice.
easy man. You're supposed to say you're from St. David's. You understand? Because which is the best parish?
That will take on a whole different show tonight, because if I start to get my golf people involved, we in problems,
Oh, so you're afraid
and
to say it.
you'll get your St. David's people involved, and there will be more problems, because they would agree with you that St. David's is the best, and the whole of the Republic of Guelph would agree with me that Guelph and St. John is the best. So we wouldn't go down that road, and we'll just agree that we both from the Isle of Spice where everything is nice.
So what are you trying to tell me, man? You don't like St. David's? Well, I mean,
Yeah, of
come on.
course, of
You really don't
course.
like St. David's. I get your words. You don't want to come in St. David's. You don't want to come to St. David's. You don't want to come around St. David's. So stay where you're there, and we will talk from a distance because I mean, you got to get a passport just not to come to St. David's.
Now, I'm not going on. I'm not getting to that fight with you. So there was this part of Grenada, so I loving up the whole of Grenada. But you just know that I'm from Guelph. So that when I say I'm from Guelph, that's it. But I like the whole of Grenada.
You're from Guam. All right, boss. All right. So that means you doesn't sleep.
It's the tongue that don't sleep.
Oh, I thought it was the people.
No, the tongue is always alive.
Oh, I thought it was the people. I mean, everybody would be in the road, so I thought it was the people that don't
Nah,
sleep.
is the tongue. We make up the
Oh,
tongue.
I find you real bad for them, but how you know so much about Govern Truth? Jesus, man.
Well, I mean, I know him in the Stringberry.
But I was about to say something, you know. So where they chase you to now? Where they chase you to go?
I wasn't chased. I reside in Granbra, which is in St. Andrew. I also have citizenship because my father is from St. Andrew. So nobody can run me.
Yeah, sweeten it up now. You're shame. All right, sweeten it up. Yeah, you're begging for acceptance. Sweeten it up. Sweeten it up, man. What with you? And then soon you would be building in St. David's.
If the Lord wills it.
Well, let me leave that there, but you really don't want. All right, I'll leave it that day. I'll leave it that day. Let me leave that day.
Where he leads me, where he leads me, I will follow.
Wait. Look, you have support already. Who's that person that just come on there and bad for what trouble is that?
No, if that person not come on there, don't interfere with her and Ken from Guelph. She go eat you up.
Oh,
you understand?
Okay.
That's
All
for
right.
people.
Okay. You see what? You see? What? Oh, let me stay out of that, yeah? Let me stay out of that. Who claiming you there already? Are they good? I done with all you. I done with all you. You understand? But I don't even start to talk to you.
This person that actually came on here is actually instrumental in who I am now.
Oh.
As a musician. I will have to mention her name. Later on, I'll have to mention her name.
Oh, so they're bad for you?
Of course.
I will call the person name. Is that Joan? If I could read well. I mean, I dropped out of school early, but
yeah, that's right. That's
Joan.
Right.
Is it Joan Charles?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, behave yourself. You're bad for your child.
And that's right. She referred to me as a child.
Look here, man. We live it like right there. Anyway, I would deal with your child right now because I see doing all kind of thing. He behaving like an octopus, all kind of music thing in his hand. All right, so I will deal with it. But before I even start, I see somebody put up this. So I don't even start to talk to you yet. What's going on?
Well, that is more people again. That is my youth quick connection.
But what? Let me hush me mouth. All right.
So that youth quick is a whole topic for itself.
All you to wake up the place. We go get to that. You used to quick up the place. Don't worry yourself. Oh, yeah. All right. So good. So because they chase you out of Guam now, you're going to Granbra. And because you're in Granbra now, you start doing music and anything. But I ain't gonna jump there. So which primary school they say you went to? If they chase you?
I went to a primary school called Florida Government School. Interestingly, Florida Government School is not in Florida. Florida Government School is actually located in the community of Loreto in St. John. So that's on my primary school, up on the hill.
So Florida is the name of the person and not the place then?
The school originally was in Florida, but there was some structural issues with the school many years ago, and it eventually came down. They found a home put in Loreto, and they never changed the name.
Oh, all right. So that means in that school, you had. I always talk to my guests. You had your favorite teacher, and you had your pet teacher. I bet you don't remember nothing from them days.
But I don't know if I had a favorite teacher because that teacher I liked all my teacher. I hear children talking about they don't like that teacher, I can't really recall having that problem.
You're afraid they come back and haunt you. Yeah. What you see that? Don't play that trick here with me. No. Don't play that trick here with me. All right, so which is the teacher that used to give the most trouble? Who is that teacher?
I wouldn't want to think that I was a troublemaker in school. You see the kind of parents that I grew up with. All right, I couldn't be a troublemaker, and I even had an older sister that taught at the school.
Oh,
so I couldn't. I mean, I can't give trouble. And the parents were the kind of parents that told me that if you get licks at school, and you come home and tell me you get licks at school, you'll get more.
Eh.
So I had to be on my P's and Q's.
I get you. All right. So, looking at that, in your parish, I don't want to call the name, in your parish, down there, is
St.
it down
John?
there out there? Down across there? Or over
West
there?
side, west side.
You see what, boy? I like you see you're bad for the place.
Where they are from.
You're bad for the place, brother.
My name is Springberry Day.
I see somebody say that. I don't call in she name again. I see she say your name is Stringberry Day. I do talking to her. Taller. All right. So that means if you went there, that means your secondary school is there too.
Interestingly, my secondary school was in St. George's.
GBSS, of course, the best school.
Man,
Come on,
GBSS. Nah, it can't be GBSS. GBSS
Why
is
you
another
telling
good
me?
school. GBSS is another good school.
Another good school?
Yeah. So if I
Or
say it's
the-
another good school, you know what I'm talking about.
Or the best school that ever exists and still exists.
Well, I heard somebody say that two truths can exist together. So we will not have the argument.
Listen,
But of course, I went to the other school on the hill overlooking St. George's, the famous Presentation Brothers College.
Shame. You didn't get a chance to go to GBSS, that blessed school.
Well, PBC was my first choice.
Look, brother. I did that with you, now. I did that with you at all. Because you couldn't get GBSS, you choose PVC, but we understand that. I mean, don't worry. We understand that. So they send you to PVC, and they throw you in Form 1.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in Form 1? The worst, the good, the bad, the best.
Well, I met a group of guys that even today we're still close. We still have our online chat. We're the same guys. We've grown in many ways, but we're still connected. We unfortunately a couple months ago we had to bury the first from our class, and that taught me a lot of lessons. You know, life is fragile. You know, so it was an opportunity for us to meet again and reminisce and remembering the good old days at the college from 1 to Form 5 and the school, what we were taught in school, making us who we are. Because it may not have been said like that then, but Mr. Jeremiah says, no, there's a PBC way. You know,
that
our
little
school song.
You have space for you to work there. I mean, to study and learn there. That school so small in that little space on the hill. You could learn there? You were able to learn there?
Well, of course. I mean, remember, great things come in small packages. You know, so PVC being a small school, you know, this was a small package, and you mean I think one of the things that I didn't pay much attention to it then, but now it means so much to me is a school song. It says Grenada's boys are.
Y'all have a school song like GBSS?
Of course.
The prize to the one who owns it?
Well, and I mean, I understand why you guys are aggressive, but our school song says, Grenada's boys are we, its leaders yet will be. Grenada's faithful sons are we, and its leaders we must be. It's not by accident that we've had the greatest leaders around. And I'm not only talking about prime ministers. I mean, we have it for the prime ministers, but if you look around the country, you see a lot of great leaders, you know.
Also, it's only leaders, only prime ministers all you could get. Fine, let me leave that in. only prime ministers all you could get. What do you think? Yeah?
Well, I mean, it's something that you may want to argue, but as I said, look around. It's leaders in every phase. I mean, leaders in becoming men and husbands and fathers and community leaders, and in whatever sphere of life, our school song tells us that we must be leaders.
Oh, okay.
So that was from then, but the school song plays in our heads still today.
So
You know,
okay.
so it helps in the journey that you want to talk about. That transformative journey. It begins in school, you know.
I get you. So that means because of that, you just went to school quiet like a lamb. I get you. Form 1 was quiet like a lamb. Form 2 quiet like a lamb.
I'm one of the few students in my class that went through Form 1 to Form 5 and was never keened.
But you don't get no trouble? Or you put people in trouble? Which one?
I'm not sure if I put people in trouble. I mean, I was a prefect at the end, and I know men may remember me for that. You know, I know guys remember Harper, boy. Harper used to be like a police around the school.
Why is that? Usually they say policies people are not sell out, you know. All right.
I know if I used to be a sellout, but I mean, I tried to keep the order in the school, you know.
Oh, so as students they used to pay all you for that?
No, it's as students. No, you're going on another road now, man.
Well, hello. If you're talking about order and leaders, they have to pay you to be a leader. Come on.
No. You see, the student leadership was as important as the staff leadership, you know.
But I trying to figure out where this thing come from, you understand? So I want to because if you're so bad for the school on the hill, you understand? I do understand well why you get from that school day from Form 1 to Form 5 that make you bad so for it.
Well, my secondary school education was from there. Something that a lot of kids take for granted now. It's not just about the subjects you get. People think that education is just about certification and so. But what is put here and here is important in who you become. You know? So, as I said, we sang the school song. There was another school hymn we sang from time to time. And we took it for granted then. But when the school song really made sense to me was when I went back to the school and I had the opportunity to go and arrange a school song now so that the orchestra could play it. And this is something I was very pleased to do. It's one of the things that's dear to me. So I believe in legacy. So it means therefore that my kids and grandchildren and your kids and grandchildren can go to the school and there is music that they can play for now. Because I had to take the sheet music from, I believe it was from Danny that wrote it, a melody and chord sheet. And I took that and I arranged it so that whatever instrument that passes through the school, there is something for them to play and to maintain the school song. And I know you spoke about the GBSS school song, but this school song will be one of the best known school songs in Grenada. I know you would want to argue that, but it will be.
Brother, listen to me, man. You need to just ask for a day in GBSS, you know, so you could taste what the song is. But I won't go down that road. Today is your day. I'm gonna leave you to feel happy about your school. But I mean, nothing beats the prize to the one who earns it. But go ahead, you know, I mean, that's your glory. So you know. If leaders they shape only to be leaders, then we will train to earn the prize, you know.
And I mean we have one of the best leaders in terms of a principal, in that of Mr. Jeremiah, who continues to lead this, who continues to lead the school and to develop our boys into being the best young men they could possibly be. Because
so he was there in your time.
Mr. Jeremiah came in when I was in Form 4. So I did meet him in Form 4, you know, and he has done a wonderful job in transforming the school. I know we're talking about transformation here. He has transformed the school into being a better school, and I listen to the young men from time to time because I'm still associated with the school in terms of in the music program. I still accompany the choir and so, and ever so often I get the opportunity to listen to the boys at the final assembly or so on. I mean, I know of boys who when they get called to be prefect, they didn't believe it. And I said, well, didn't you realize you're a leader? And they said, me a leader? I said, well, but aren't you the head of your section and so on and so on? And all that, I mean, I think it's a vision of the school, with the music program and so on. We're seeing a lot of fine young men leaving the school every graduation.
You're big
So
enough
I'm a
for school.
proud.
You're big
Well,
enough for school.
I'm a proud past student of PBC, and I also my primary school, because that was my foundation from KG, what we used to call downstairs, because we were in a little downstairs, all the way up to PBC, of course.
I find you kind
We
of
have to know where we
biased.
came from.
Yeah, you're selfish bias for your school, them kind of thing. But I had to go
Well,
with you. It's your school.
well, you ought to be. I owe the school for my secondary education. That
Aye.
kids are taken for granted now.
But they listen. I bet you they listening and they go and watch this. And you must have a teacher they know that you remember that you tell me I get trouble in primary school and I ain't buying that for secondary school. You must have a teacher there that you stress out, man.
I don't know if I personally stress out at school, but I think I belonged to a class that was once considered the worst class in the school. So I have to take ownership because I was part of the class.
Like seriously, all you,
Yeah.
what
I
make
was
all you
part-
so? What make all you spoil the thing? What make all you behave so bad?
I mean, boys will always be boys. I mean, okay. I remember an incident. The dean then was fed up of the class, and he said he came into the class really mad, and he said, if I only hear as much as beep from this class, I'm caning the entire class. I fell in the back of the class say beep. So we have boys will be boys, and I mean that was school days, So that
I get you, brother. So your favorite subject was?
What are my favorites? I think there was one time I liked geography. I think I liked map reading. One day I thought I would have been a air traffic controller. Thinking about it now, I'm just laughing. And but I think I always liked to learn. I don't think I liked doing exams, but I like to learn. So for example, physics and chemistry, I just wanted to know why things work the way they worked, I didn't eventually do it for CXC, but I did get a taste of it, and I think I got a basic knowledge of why things are the way they are. I say I didn't like doing exams. The one exam that I actually enjoyed doing and look forward to doing was after I left school, and I had the opportunity to do my first music exam.
Okay, but we are going there just now. Hold on, we are going there. Don't go there yet. We get
Don't go there. I will go there.
because I see you as a music king. I ain't gonna call you a music specialist, but we get in there. But I don't want you to jump and make people feel.
I call myself a perpetual music
student. Listen, so most of my children say they love the subject is really the teacher they love. Guilty?
That happens from time to time, yeah.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
But I, as I told you, I tend to be interested in all my subjects.
Yeah, because your teacher listening. All right.
and I think I had pretty good relationships with mostly all my teachers. I mean, today it's a joy it's always a joy for me today to meet any of my teachers, because it's funny that some children say that they didn't like teachers and so forth. I pretty much had a good relationship, and I don't know, maybe I've matured, but I am thinking that these people helped me in my journey. There was something that they had to give to me, and I was ready to take it. I gave them a listening ear when I had to. And up to the day, I'm when I see my teachers, I'm happy to see them.
I like how you put it. I like how you put it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like how you put it. Yeah, you're afraid when you go back in school they beat you. But anyway, you're a big man now. So very nice. Look here, look here. So the teacher you like the most didn't come up. Your English teacher.
Who was my English teacher? I'm starting to forget stuff, but let me see. I remember you said English, but I can remember two language teachers.
Go ahead.
Two, Jennifer Jones, who was also my homegirl, both from Guam as well, and she taught English. Yeah, she taught me English literature in Form 1, and we also had our former carnival queen, Linda Waldron. She taught me Spanish. So I have two language teachers here. Interestingly, I also met Linda Waldron when I got into Youth Quick. And when I remember when I met her in Youth Quick, hi Miss Waldron, and boy stop teaches Linda, and that was difficult for me. It was difficult for me to call my teacher Linda, which you say, hey, I'm not a teacher again, Linda. It was difficult for me to do,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, Form 3, Form 4, you're in Form 5. Tell me, what's going on?
Well, in Form 5, I'm doing subjects. I chose those that I did that I got to do for CXC. But interestingly, up to that time, I'm not too sure what I want to be. So I'm trying to be the best student I could be. Trying to get as much subjects as I could, because you're supposed to go to school, get a good job, go to school, get a good education, get a good job, rise in the company, one that has good benefits and so forth. So, but at that time, I'm not figuring out yet. I have not yet figured out what I want to be. I don't know that yet. And I'm among other students who knew that they wanted to be lawyers, who knew that they wanted to be doctors, who knew that they wanted to do whatever it was. I later found out that one of them schoolmates, I didn't remember him then, but after when we met later on, someone said that he always wanted to be a contractor. He wanted to get in that sort of thing. But I didn't know what I wanted. What I did know is that I love music. I dreamt about music. And we didn't get to the beginning, because I think I know where that came from. Because we need to go back to the beginning. All right? But I always wanted to play, and interestingly, I was able to get a group of guys for graduation, and we sang at graduation. Interestingly, everyone knows me so involved in music. No, even back at school. But while at PBC, I was not that involved in music. I was involved in music, but because I didn't go to, when I went to PBC, I was already in Scouts at Guelph. I didn't transfer. So I was involved in music at the Scout Troop, First St. John Scout Troop. That's part of my journey as well, First St. John Scout Troop. That's one of the places where my musical journey began. And so the music in the school, a lot of it took place in the Scout band at PBC. But I was involved in music at First St. John Scout Troop. So I was not that involved in music while I was at PBC. In the school. But at graduation.
In the school? At your junior time, there was music. Music was taught there.
Yes, there was. Oh yes, man. There was the Scout. There was the Scout band. You have guys like Harlem, who played trumpets in the Scout band at that time. And from time to time, there were other classes I knew that had recorder classes and so forth. But I didn't get that. Didn't happen in my time, interestingly. But at graduation, about 6 of us, together with a pianist, we did a piece for graduation. So So back to what you're saying, I didn't know what I wanted to be then. But to think about being a musician then is wasn't something that you thought about. You don't leave school telling your parents I want to be a musician. You're crazy. I remember. I remember one guy tell me one time that he said, Ken, but you're one of the few other musicians that I know is not a drinker, smoker, womanizer, or all three. So you see the labels that were put on musicians. But let's think about Mr. Ramdani, for example. we think about musicians. Sometimes we put labels on people, but many times you think of a musician, you think of a musician as somebody just gigging in a band.
You sure it's musician they're talking about, or a certain brand?
That's what I'm saying. You put labels to some people, and you paint everybody else. So you don't leave school thinking about being a musician. That's not something you think about. So moving on to from PBC into college, I'm still trying to figure out how I chose. How did I choose? Well, I think I went to college because that's what you do. You leave school, you move on to college, probably then on to university. Go to school, work hard, get a good education, get a good job, climb the corporate ladder. But I think there are things you do for a time, you know. So even at college, interestingly, I chose subjects. How did I choose them? I'm not too sure. But I'm going through that because hopefully when I leave college, I'll get a good job. And something interestingly happened while I was at the library in college. I'm late for geography assignment, and I'm looking for a book. And for the first time, I stumbled on a book of music. I think it was music history and that sort of thing. Dr. Williams, I'm late for an assignment, and I was totally lost in that book. Just lost. That was an indicator. All right. But we spoke about all of that, but we haven't spoke about where it probably began.
I go dig it, man.
Yeah.
You're frightened? I wanted to know which school you went to. We go dig it.
Okay, so you're not ready to go there yet?
Yeah. We're gonna dig it because I find you running like you don't want to give me the information I want to get. But
I don't know what information. I'll answer if I can.
Here. You understand? Because I tell you get trouble in school, you try to push me out and run because you know well people go be watching. You know what your teachers and them come and give you a pinch. Look here, but how come? No, we get into that because we get into that. But how is it that How is it that you step into a school, right? And you say there was no music, but you in music. Hold on.
No, there wasn't music. There was music. I just didn't have to be part because when I came in Form 1, I remember there were guys in maybe Form 4 or 5 that had a band that won independence competition and so forth. During that time, I'm always like a little Form 1 outside the window peeping in. The thing grabbing me. You understand what I mean? I'm there and I'm not so proficient yet. First of all, I'm a Form 1. I can't go around with them big fellas. So all I had to do is peep in from the outside and watch what they're doing. And I remember one time again, I'm remembering people like Alan G and some other exchange students in the school playing quatrain, so which I eventually learned to play when I got into Youth Quake. And I'm fascinated by all those string instruments, you know? So even though I was not involved in a music program in the school at the time, there was music around the school. So I'm always fascinated with the drum corps. And I mean, it was amazing that at the time, we know the police band, but PBC, I know, had a matching band. And the only reason I probably... Huh?
I get everything, man.
Well, I mean to see. I mean, so you didn't know?
I get everything, brother.
You didn't know? And I said, I think the only reason why I was not part of that is because I was part of Fort St. John's Scout Troop. And maybe again, the go off thing in me, I won't just jump out of Fort St. John's to, you know what I mean? So while that was happening in PBC, as soon as school finished 1:45 on a Friday evening, by 3 o'clock I'm back in Guelph. Because Scouts, we have a patrol leaders meeting on the evening, and Saturdays is Scout meeting, and we have drum corps, and we formed a whole little band. And I see many of those guys around the place now playing. Kevin Frederick, who is now in the Ministry of Health in Communications, I think it is. He was one of the drum. He was one of the he played side drum, snare drum. We have another guy in the police force, Dickerson. He was in that drum corps as well. My nephew, who is part of my whole journey as well. He's my nephew, but you'll find out why my nephew is my age in a while. We were all part of that. We have people know of Danny. People hear of Danny D. Well, I knew of Dwayne. Dwayne was the guy who used to play the cymbal. Mm-hmm. All right. We have Otley Dixon who plays, I think, in Richard's band. He was the bass man, and he started to play bass on the keyboard, mind you. We played with what we didn't have, should I say? You know, so the journey began all back there. You know, I don't want to jump back there yet, but so that is what was happening at that time. I'm at PBC. The music is around me in PBC, but I'm in what is there at PBC. I'm involved in it, but at my community level.
Wow.
You know?
Wow. All the heady music, man, the heady music specialist, I tell you, boy. But I thought it was really a vex now. I thought it was really GBSS that gave you all of that. But don't watch that.
But I understand. I know you came from another good school.
Look here, you're going there again. Don't go there. It seems as though you went to a very good school. I ain't gonna fight you now. Yeah. It seems like you get real food, man. You get real food. All right. So when you take all that food now, you say graduation done because you jumped down to college, and you say you just went. You were in the book story. You understand? Yeah. You went to the book story. I want to know how college ended.
Ah, boy. It might be one of the other day I sat and I thought about it, and it probably was one of my times that I don't know if people might want to call it a failure, but I don't see failures. At the time I was leaving college, it was the time I was preparing to do my very first tour with Spice Island Newsquake. I went through college and I just went through the motion. But I am preparing to go on a 5-week tour with Spice Island Newsquake in 1998. And music is what I always like. My mind is on tour. My mind is on playing music overseas because I totally enjoyed anything that involved music. So I'm preparing for exam, and I'm doing those subjects. I ain't sure what I'm doing them for because I'm doing that just to get a job. But here is my passion. So I am happy to be at Youthquake on Saturdays and sometimes during the week to practice, and I'm probably at every practice session there is. So whether it's male choir, I'm in male choir. Whether it is full choir, I'm there. Whether it is band, whether it is drums, and if it's dance, sometimes I'm still there for dance because I have to drum. So I'm in heaven on earth as far as I'm concerned. So results is coming out while I'm on a 5-week tour of England, Ireland, and Scotland. When we are about to leave, and now I'm start thinking, boy, how did I do? After I had my jolly good time, and let me tell you something, if there's anybody that enjoyed that 98 tour, it was me. All right? When I got back now, I did 3 A-level subjects. That 3 A-level subjects, I didn't get a fail, but I got a AO pass. So I didn't get an A-level pass. So it's like I got CXC all over again. You understand what I mean? So that is what happened to me at college. So the other thing is that I did not qualify to graduate the year I left college. I later so yeah,
Talk to me, brother. Talk to me.
so you know, people have had all the challenges. I don't. My parents didn't tell me I born with a gold spoon. I didn't grow up with wealthy parents, but I think I can't say that I had a hard life as a child. I'll go back to go back and talk to that in a while. But what I want to say is that so I left there that time with AO passes and what next, and I am looking for a job then. All right, I'm applying and for jobs and so on, and for until April of the next year, I didn't get anything. But during that time, you remember that store, I think it's Kumansing, opposite to where the bus terminus is now. I walk into that store, and because you know music, I get crazy when I go to a music store.
Upstairs.
Right. So I gone inside there because I ain't got no job yet. I gone inside and I see a book called The AB Guide to Music Theory, Part 1 and Part 2. And I see they have the practice book. I see grade 1. So I buy the two of them. I go on and I sit down home and I started to teach myself. I passed it as a breeze. Again, you see, I tell you, when I always have to speak of you quick because I still didn't go back to the early beginnings yet today because I had to go back to family and church and scouts and all those things. So we had to go back there. So I mean, so one day back in you quick now, I'm having a conversation with Mr. Ramdani. Everybody in Grenada is supposed to know Mr. Ramdani. I have dubbed her Grenada's living patron saint of music. That's how I dub her. And I'm chatting, and she's always willing to teach and to share and so forth. And I said, look at what I've done and so. By the time I spoke to her about that, I finished grade 1, so I started to grade 2. And she says, well, you know, I'm doing a session with some teachers, and you're welcome to join us. By divine design, exactly where I reached in grade 2. That is where she was with the teachers in grade. That is where she was in the class. And that is the exam I told you. It was the very first exam that I went to with excitement. I did other exams later on and so forth. But that is what was happening with me around that time. Until I got a job in no, I didn't get a job. That I don't know if you want to speak about that aspect of it yet, because my I'm talking about me entering the field of work now. That happened that year in April, and I officially started in May of the next year.
I mean, you didn't tell me how much it cost you after college. I mean, I noticed how sweet the journey is. You didn't tell me how much it cost you, and
I don't know if it's sweet because after all, I don't know if, interestingly, I don't think I really got any big sort of bashing. I don't know why. There may have been disappointments. I'm sure there were disappointments that I left college and I didn't graduate. But let me just tell you about this graduation thing now. So I entered the field of work, but I'm still saying, hey, you need to get your graduate. You need to graduate. Somewhere along the line, I heard there was a course at SU. Miss Butter Pitt Bonaparte was the lecturer in that course. Introduction to Sight Singing and Air Training. I met another great musician there. That was Cecil Noel. I know we really enjoyed that course. So I went through that course, A plus. So I'm going back to college now because I need to sort myself out I want to get my college, my TAMCC certificate. And they asked me, did you do anything anywhere else that you could use? And I say, yes, I did this course at SU. I brought it in, bam, I qualify. I can graduate. No, hear this thing again. No, I qualify to graduate, but I'm no longer excited about going and put on gong and go because I left school already. I'm not working, and at the same time, I am going to be in Toronto for World Youth Day with Youth Quick. There is no way I stay back in Grenada just to go and collect a certificate and miss out on that musical opportunity. All right. So in 2000, I think that was 2002. So I graduated in 1998. No, I left college in 1998. And I qualified to graduate in 2002. All right. And I inquired about it, and I was told, and I was happy to hear that I could graduate in absentia, I think is the term they use. So while graduation was taking place in Grenada, I was having a jolly good time in Toronto. I was enjoying myself doing what I always loved to do. And all those times, it's always on my mind, why can't I just do this? All the time. But back then, I mean, who takes a musician seriously? Who takes people who do sport? People who do things that are considered hobbies. You're not taken serious. You have to become somebody with a degree, or to be taken serious. So nobody taking. I know this is what I want to do. As one of Ricardo Kings Douglas songs, one of the words in the song says, I can feel it in my bones. You know what I mean? This is what I want to do all the time. And that is something I played around with in my previous career, because you're supposed to have a job and do it well. Anything that you like to do, that must be a hobby. Do that after work. You know what I mean? Go to work, a job, whatever it is, and your hobby, whether it's a sport, whether it is music, whether it is that, whether it's art, whatever it is, whether it is painting or so, that is, how do you make a living from that? So, that was a challenge I had for a while.
But how it sounds so like you get up teachers real stress, boy. You're real sweet in that thing,
All right, okay.
Principal
Okay.
and teachers real stress, music, man.
You want to know how regular I was as a child? Okay. Did I give trouble in school? Yes. But let me explain. In the class, I paid attention. As soon as class done, I paid in the butt with everybody else. I'm the little short boy on the basketball court. I can't play basketball well, but at the end I'm making sharpness. You understand? So if you want to find how normal I was as a child, yes. I paid attention in class, but I could be among most students, and I could be a pain in the butt. Old talking, making sharpness. Well, everybody, remember during them times growing up in the 90s, everybody wanted to be Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, and all them guys, right? I know there was only one Muggsy Bogues, Alright? I know a real short basketball is not for me, so when I'm on the basketball court, I'm a clown. But all the fellas take them, because all the other fellas probably see themselves in the NBA, except me, so I ain't taking that serious.
So you're a midget.
Well, if you want to call me that. You say I'm a midget, I just say that I come in a small package.
Oh, you're low on the ground. You're very low. Okay. You're like Talpi, you're low.
Yeah, low.
Low.
Yeah, so if you want to know what I was as a child, yes, I had my time. I fall off bicycle and brake man as a child. My father one time stayed in the window, looked out, saw me behind somebody's vehicle, and I don't know what went through his mind, but when I got back home, he did something that had a much greater effect on me than licks. It had a much greater effect on me than being beaten. Because my father used to beat her. My mother, yeah, I used to get it. She used to spare her. But my father put me sit down. And he said to me, just what if? And I remember, I actually remember the person whose vehicle I was behind. Pastor Zander from Brothers. That's over by Shaper School. Pastor Zander driving a little, I think it was, there was little mini buses sort of thing. And I live in space for the Holy Spirit. And he sat down and he said to me, Ken, what if something run across the road, a dog, a cat, somebody, and Mr. Zander had to slam suddenly? What was going to happen? Children doesn't see things so. Up until that point, I not seen that. So when I sit down and he tell me that, and then I started to see, but if the man slam on the brakes, I go roll into the back of the vehicle. I may get hurt, the bicycle get damaged, and the man bus go get damaged. And then the big thing now, I put in my parents in trouble. Alright? So when he put me sit down, and that had a greater effect on me than being beaten, because now I became aware. And thankfully my father was one of those persons that didn't beat. But when he sit down and talk to you, it's as though you're getting licks. Now my mother will talk from now until forever. I'll give you because you keep asking to know what kind of person was that child. Yes, as a child, I used to go on the when your parents find out what you do as children, so they don't believe what I did. I climb in school, I climb mango tree because I live in a school in the countryside. All right, I'm in a school where there are 2 or 3 mango trees close by.
You're tipping mango. Yeah, you're tipping mango.
That too. And while children go off playing tag or holding or catching, whatever they call it, on the ground in the pasture and all kind of things. So we doing that up in trees, From time to time, I might fall off the tree. So I did all those things. I remember one Sunday afternoon, as a teenager, I came from the beach. At that time, I was still in Scouts, so your friends are those guys in Scouts. We gone to the beach and I came back. And I could easily get lost in things. So as I came back now and I looking through the door, something is on TV that caught my attention. And I got lost in it with my wet clothes, because remember, you're walking to the beach and you're walking to and fro. So I have on my wet pants and I stand up there and I watch the thing. And my mother come and she crying. Well, women and men different. So my mother started crying. Look, you stand up there in your wet pants. If you catch a cold, the pain gonna be yours, but the worries gonna be mine. And she cried and she going. And my father sitting in the living room watching TV. And he just sitting there quietly. And he started to talk to who I don't know. And he said, so I must tell Ken to go and change his clothes. A big boy like Ken, I must tell Ken to change his clothes. I mean, if Ken was a little baby, I don't have to change him. But Ken big enough to know to go and change his clothes. This wet clothes on him. And then he turns to me and he said, Ken, boy, I don't want to sleep in the wet clothes. And that caused me to go and change my clothes. So you're asking about Ken as a child. Ken lived as a child. Ken went on. Ken and Lil. People who know Ken and Lil. Lil is my nephew, who is almost my age. And we went in the back of skating down the hill on coconut branch. And one day when I saw a pastor says, "The grace of God alone that protected me." So as a young boy, I did crazy stuff. I didn't maybe do as much as other people did, but I pretty much we did boy things. Play cricket in the road. I broke my hand. I fell off a banister in Bonaire one time when I went to 4-H camp. That I had the first fractured wrist, and during the time when I was in Scouts, one day, and this is a joke that some fellas in Goa would laugh about it. No, they taught us the highway code while we were in Scouts, and I'm coming down the road, and I am applying the highway code, but the bicycle is not mine, so I'm not familiar with the bicycle. So on the way down, as soon as you pass the Anglican Church in Goa there, I'm going to go into St. Peter's Street. If you see a boy in fine style, I'm going to give hand signal. So if you check a boy, I put up my hand and I give him a hand signal, but the road bad, so the bicycle started to shake. And I put my hand back now and I slam on the brake, but I'm not familiar with the bike. The brake real sharp on. As I slam on the bike, I over the bike on the ground. So I get back up now because I don't want people to see me on the ground with the bicycle. So I get up real quick and I pick up the bicycle. But every time I go to put my left hand on the bike, my left hand missing. And when I look, I realize why my left hand missing. My left hand bent. And now anybody from Guelph knows Chloe Small. All of a sudden, I started the ball out. Oh God, Miss Chloe! Oh God, Miss Chloe! Oh God, Miss Chloe! I do Miss Chloe do me something. So I went through all those things. I had a fractured hand on 2 occasions. I had my boy days. For those who see me and don't think that all I could do is play music, I did a little crazy thing. Went in the river and I grew up with strict parents, so I say probably a little protective as well. So there were times when we want to go to the river, and she probably won't let us go. And only how she probably will let us go is if water gone. Water used to go regularly back then, right? So water would go regularly back then. Water would go regular. I mean, Lil was my Lil. Although Lil was my nephew, we used to call him the instigator. Ken, let's go and turn off the pipe. So on days when during the holidays, so it's Lil and Ken and Kot and Lyndon.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my nephews. We turning off the pipe. Water gone. And I see my nephew say, my niece saying, yes. Yeah, we did that.
Somebody know about you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did that. So and we were going to say we had a really nice name for my mother. May she rest in peace. We used to call her Ninin.
Mm-hmm.
Ninin, water gone. And when we go in the river, we go and build basse and thing. But she don't want us to go down in the big basse because the big boys in the basse and the big boys just take advantage of little boys. So she don't want us to go in the big basse. So we could go in front where she could see us. So I did all those things I get licks. We do mischievous things. 4 of us ride one bicycle one time. Me and about 3 other of the nieces and nephews.
Yeah, music man. Yeah, music man.
If you want to know,
we know you give. Let me see what, and the people watching here know you give real trouble, but you're a good child. Everybody's saying you're a good child, but what you could pay people to say good thing about you? No man. What?
But here's what. But here's what. You see, remember these people, these old people.
Mm-hmm.
They were strict, and that's probably part of why we were who we were. Because I remember one of my other nephews, Lyndon, remember telling me that he remembers how Nini used to tell us about don't make a shame. You know what people will tell you that they prefer to know that you're dead than to know that you're making them shame.
Yeah.
So those from home, those guiding principles, kept us in check. But we were boys. Boys will be boys.
Yeah. Yeah. Boys will be boys, like GBS says boys. You know what I'm saying? Real boys. You know what I'm saying? PVC, sorry. No, man. I mean, I want nobody to
I hear you.
Yeah. But look here, man. Good. So that journey have me now thinking. Seeing that you jump into the thing, you touch piece of it, right? I want to show something before I ask you how you get into this, because you have another piece about this, right?
Okay.
So don't say anything yet.
Okay.
No, man. I'll ask you a simple question, which is an obvious question. Which school is that?
That's a Presentation Brothers College.
You didn't have to answer, brother. What you answering for? You really like to call that school name. Don't worry yourself. I tell you all you're selfish and all the thing, You mean I don't know selfish with that. Anyway, we come into that part just now. So all you hold on. But I see you into music, but you must have done something before music, man. Because all this tour and all this thing you do, you mean you never work in your life? They say musician and artists don't work, so you never work. Finally, okay.
I did. So here's this. In that, remember I told you after I left school, as everybody else, I'm looking for a job, and an opportunity came up, and it still wasn't a job.
Wow.
It was an opportunity to make money, which is why we want a job. We want to make money. So that opportunity now that came up was, you heard back then of The Mutual? Yeah?
No?
The Mutual, which is now called Sagico.
Yes.
I spent 15 years at Sagico.
What I say?
Spent 15 years at Sagico. And at Sagico, again, to me, was by divine design. Because at Sagico, I learned a lot of lessons that prepared me for what I'm doing now. So Sagico and the insurance industry molded me. Because you're talking about a little shy 19-year-old looking for a job, and what is being offered to him when he went to the interview is an opportunity to sell, which is probably one of the most feared jobs ever. People don't like to sell, and you're selling, but it's a commission-based for use of a better word, job, because it wasn't really a job. Because what I eventually found out is that I became my own boss. All right. So I got into the industry, and I got into that interview, and they asked some questions and so on. Probably why I think I might be able to to be a good salesperson. And then I remember Scouts. While I was at Scouts, we always had to sell stuff or do barber jobs and that sort of thing, which got me now exposed to people. All right. So I mentioned, well, I used to sell as a scout, but I probably took that opportunity because I didn't get another opportunity, because selling would have been the last thing on my mind. But oh, I am so grateful. And I believe, as I said, it was by divine design. So I got involved in industry. And I'll tell you something. I learned a lot of really good principles. Now, contrary to what most people think about the insurance industry, you know, insurance people are thief, take people money, and all those kind of things. But Ninen's son can go and thief and take people money. You're crazy. So it's like, but how a shy guy like Ken end up in that? But it is by divine design. So, as I said, contrary to what people believe, when I got in the industry and I started to do exams, I learned an important lesson in the industry. I think that's what kept me grounded. Every exam that I did while I was in the insurance industry, the recurring decimal was this: always put the client's interest first. Always put your client's interest first. And you know, fast forward to when I left the insurance industry, I remember one of my clients vexed me, man, how you could do that? Is you I want to do my business for? I like how you present this whole thing to me. And I'm grateful to I could call two persons' name among many in the insurance industry: Robert White and Ian Semonad, may he rest in peace, who became like big brothers, mentors, big brother. They were like uncles, big brothers. You know, at that time the company was led by Mr. Tony Joseph. You know, and it was a small group of agents. So Robert and Senbi, among all the other agents, of course, I mean, if I go to call names, I won't finish now. But those two guys really held my hand in the industry, and I moved from being the shy guy to a more assertive, confident person. And then the insurance industry on its, not just being in surgical, but the insurance industry as a whole, because something inside me said to me that I must, if you're going to do something, do it right. So I got involved in the association, the Life Underwriters Association of Grenada, and eventually found myself on the board. And then I found myself traveling to conferences and so. Mind you, before I even started to do that, people like Robert and Senbi started introducing me to motivational material that really, and the transformation really continued there. It was a really critical time in my life, you know. And I remember at one of the conference, I met this gentleman. He's now deceased. He was a pastor from the Bahamas, Miles Monroe. So I bought two of his books, and he autographed my book, the both books. And he actually put a scripture verse there. I think it was Philippians 1:6. Ever so often I go back and look at it and try to say, what is that message that my house give me? I think it has to do with me. I'm not very good at quoting. I usually get a general idea. But he was start a good work in you will continue till the something like that. So and then his books, I started to read his books. And his books started not just him, but many of the other people I tapped into, the Les Browns of the world and so forth. And many of those personal motivational speakers and so, I actually met them at some of the conference, and I bought their books and I continued to read. That's why I told you the industry prepared me to leave the industry. So many of the great people around the world, You find them in many other industries. They had some beginning in the insurance industry because it really changed here. All right, the mindset was different. It was no longer about working for a salary. You knew you had to perform for results. So even though in what I do, I know I ain't sitting with a salary. I have to get the work done. So, as I said, many of those guys instill those mind-changing ideas in me, and helped me along the way, motivated me. Let me go back to the Miles Monroe that spoke about vision and purpose and mission and those things. And I started reading more about them and listening to videos and so. And ever so often, no, mind you, I am trying to be the best insurance advisor, not salesman. Not salesman. Because there was one time I remember I had to refuse to sell somebody a policy because it was evident that she couldn't pay for it. So, the senior advisors that I worked with, they reminded us of those things. You can't force people to buy something that they don't need or want or can't afford. It will come back to haunt you. And I like to sleep at night. I don't like to be haunted. All right. So those lessons were, as I said before, we started way back from home, So back to people like Miles Monroe and I think was it Les Brown? I remember those two of them spoke about what if on your dying bed, all the dreams, all the things that you were supposed to do, all the things that were supposed to be possible because of you, come haunting you, saying that we were supposed to be, and you were supposed to make it possible. And now that you are going, we can't be. How haunting that would be. And I don't think I could leave here to go in the afterlife with that kind of thoughts. So then, you know what's that happen now? You're an agent, you're an advisor doing well on many occasions, top advisor for the month and all kind of for the year, that sort of thing. And you're trying your best. You even got a taste of management, not officially, but I got a taste of it. All right. But then you start thinking about what is it I'm in the insurance industry, but everybody knows music I like. And I remember Sembi telling me one time, very early in the game, Ken, make up your mind. If it's insurance you want to do, study insurance. If it's music you want to do, study music. Well, everything was there for insurance one time, so I went ahead and studied insurance. So I studied insurance, got my designations. I can't use them anymore because just like the ACCA and so forth, you have to be practicing to maintain them. I did all that. I still have a big certificate there. I was maybe about one or two other courses from getting another designation. But the idea of purpose, remembering that your gifts, your talent is a gift from God. All right, and what you do with it is your gift back to God. And when you talk about your purpose, your gifts and talents are an indicator of what that should be. No, so that was a time in my life. That was a trying time in my life because remember when I started the industry, people say, "Buy insurance, buy that what you're going through. But if you don't work, you don't get paid." Up until the time when I left, people say, "Boy, you leave your good work to go into music." I remember when I started calling around my clients and telling them that I'm making a move. A particular client said to me, "In music, that money in it," you know. So it was a time. I mean, a serious decision making time, but that in my head about on my dying bed. But remember, I tell you, as a child, I'm visualizing. I remember when I remember wanting to be able to play a guitar and sing, and that happened. But I started seeing some of the things that you played a video there. I started to visualize those things. That's what I want to do. I could feel it in my bones. That's what I want to do. You know what I mean? That's what I dream about. That's what I think about. I mean, when I started to do certain exams and the things that came up in the exams, I did it on my own, out of curiosity. You know, little arranging and so forth. I did those things before I actually studied them. You know, and I said that it's interesting that even what I do now, it crossed my mind that I'm doing things that people leave a university with a degree to do. So, and I'm doing that, and I don't have a degree I don't have a music degree as yet. All right. No, with all I was speaking about here, and you're talking about purpose and so forth, I must go back to the beginning. You see, I think I need to go back to the beginning.
Let's go. Because right. I'm seeing the balance. Let's go, man. Let's go.
So look at my Guelph people know that. My mother had 7 girl children. The last of those of that 7 was 15 years going on 16 when I came on the scene. I just interrupted people's life.
You're fast.
Them people don't close their shop already. They just forget to put on the padlock. No, if I tell you, when I do the math, I almost didn't believe it for myself. My mother was age 49 when I was born. And I remember, I mean, I must say that I'm happy that we had a good rapport, and she used to talk a lot about, a lot of different things. And she actually told me one time that she heard someone said that if they were in her situation, and I'm using local language now, they would have thrown the child. All right? That is me.
But you did.
So,
go ahead.
Right? All right? But somebody said that if it was them, they would have done that. But she brought me, and I was the only boy child. Now, mind you, I'm the only boy child, so I'm around family that, I mean, as far as I can remember, always been loved. I'm the little baby brother. I mean, you know. But in chatting with my mother, she said that one day she was at someone that had a piano, and while she was pregnant, and she said, "My son will play the piano." So that was spoken to me in the womb. So since I know myself, that's all I want to do. Now fast forward to when I first got to play a real piano. I was at church, and I'm trying to remember which happened before. It was with the recorder or the piano. I think it might have been the piano incident first. While at church, the priest asked about young people who want to get involved in music and that sort of thing. And I stood up and I said, I would like to play the piano. So, good gentleman, a pillar in the church I'd go over the time, Mr. Rupert Campbell. He owned a variety store, Campbell's Variety Store. Everybody in Gulf should know Campbell's Variety Store. He came afterwards and he said, I have a piano at home. You're welcome to come to my home. So one day, I went into Mr. Campbell. No, Mr. Campbell is in the store. He said, I don't really play and so, but the piano is there. So I went to his home. And would you believe who I met there? Who gave me that first lesson in playing piano and reading the treble and bass clef? He didn't know what he was doing then. The person who taught me to read treble and bass clef is the son of Elsia Ferguson, Carly Ferguson. Fast forward to a couple of years, I'm probably I believe I might have been the longest serving keyboard player in Ukraine. All right. Then came on the scene Sister Joan, teaching a group of us recorders at the church. Yeah. No, mind you, that piano experience didn't last for long because whatever happened, change of, I don't know what it was, but that didn't last for long. Sister Joan came back to the parish. That's same Sister Joan Charles that spoke earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people don't know Sister Joan as a musician, but my nephew as well was among the group Lil. Anybody who knows from my childhood know Lil and Ken. People think Lil and Ken are brothers, but Lil is my oldest sister's son, and it's because they almost forget to make me. That is why my nephew is my age. All of my nephews. Yeah. No, even at home, we made our own. By the way, before I get to the recording, so we made our own instruments at home. Pots, pans, milk tin. We making steel pan, all them things. We were doing that at home because boys, most boys do that, but we had the thing in us. So when Sister Joan came on the scene and she started teaching that recorder class, that was another critical moment for us. Because now we really got into reading and playing music. Now, I tell my kids, my students, they can't try no tricks with me. Because Sister Joan found out very early. But you guys are playing, but you're not looking at the music. You know what I mean? So, and mind you, maybe about the second or third class, we were playing better than Sister Joan. And I learned another very important lesson then, and that's why I could do what I'm doing now as a tutor. She taught us to be better than her. You know? Never being threatened by that. And that was a critical lesson I learned then. You know? And so now I have a little recorder, annoying people at home sometimes. In the morning when I'm loop playing all those Quick songs on the radio, I'm trying to find the key. And you know what I mean? We move on to being involved in Scouts. The Scout movement, which was a really, really good movement in Guelph during the late 80s, 90s.
Hold on, before you go there, I want to throw that one at you before you go there. Hold on. Mm-hmm. You remember when Youth Quick used to always perform in, was it in GBSS? What they used to have as festival?
At festival.
Time? Uh-huh. Only Youth Quick was always winning. What was going on with all you?
I'm glad you brought that up. Ms. Ferguson always had to have it right. No, let me tell you something. I went to a country school, I went to a tongue school. And I used to remember hearing that many times they will say, they thief. And later on, I understand why I ain't jumping and talking they thief nonsense. Let's talk about Youth Quick. We preparing for Arts Festival. Ms. Ferguson is going to get people who know more music than her to train the group. People, Ms. Ramdani, Ms. Fletcher, name it. She will bring up Miss Ferguson would bring up um, dance specialists, drum specialists for us to have workshops. Weekend workshop, whole weekend. So, for example, I was trained to play the djembe. So anybody tell me they're beating drum, I don't want to hear that. You play the drum. We were taught that the drum has tones. You're playing music. You ain't beating drum. Okay? It's a musical instrument. So, getting back to the point. Why we winning? So I remember we were all male choir doing the test piece. And Miss Mary Fletcher on the case. And Miss Mary Fletcher is a perfectionist. We have to get everything right. And there was one problem. We had one part of the song. We keep making a mistake and she keep warning us about it. And when the adjudicators gave us our scores, we missed a perfect score by 1 point. And do you know what the comments were? The same thing she was telling us about. So why was Youthquake winning? Youthquake was winning because we did what we had to do. And we had to get it right. All right? Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, but do you remember the year St. David's beat y'all?
I ain't sure if I remember. Only maybe one a category.
That's St. David's ditchon y'all, man. The other year St. David's ditchon y'all.
Not overall. Probably y'all won a couple categories. But overall, it's really quick guys to win.
Man, teacher Tessa listening, look out,
That's
right. Yeah, man. The other year St. David's ditchon all there. Anyway, teacher Tessa, go listen to that because I was the lead singer.
Oh, okay. I hear you.
Yeah, and we knock all out. But you're right. She used to always bring me in to teach part one thing. Most of the songs you always sing it.
That's right. That's how I learned
the part one in French.
You're touching another thing in my development again, understanding our culture, our background. Because there are songs, there are words that I know because it's little parts that I knew because of Youthquake. And also, I'm proud to say my father and his other two brothers, the three of them, the oldest of the three of the remaining now, they can still speak Patois. My father could still speak Patois.
Nice.
So he and his two other brothers, the one before him and the one after him, they could carry a conversation in Patois. So I heard those things, and then Youthquake, the Youthquake connection and so forth. I'm learning all those little things. And I always gravitated towards that sort of thing.
Value. But they let that pass away. So we've lost some good value there. But anyway, you've said it. But still be aware that St. David's had it locked, and that's the only team that dethrone y'all.
We'll have another discussion on that.
You want to vex. You don't want to talk about GBSS and your school on the hill. Well, PVC, your school on the hill, the GBSS, but you're vexed. All right. Anybody here, just to cut this a bit, look here. In GBSS and PVC, if you had to choose, which school you would go to? Watch what they go type.
You want to lose?
They go type. All right, let me leave that. I bet you they go to my school. Watch that. Anyway, let me leave that before people start to cost me here now, because I know they love GBSS. So we go back to your thing, yeah?
Yeah.
You see, Lord, let me stop that. You see somebody start already. That's what I'm talking about. You see that? Let me put it on the screen.
I didn't see that one.
You see this?
I see PVC on the screen. I see PVC on the screen in game. I tell you, you're gonna lose. You go.
One more.
And you know, my niece are doing that. My niece,
Oh, they set him.
My niece are doing that, We go have a battle when they come and go off. Colin, we go have a battle when they come and go off. Colin, you're supposed to say PVC. You have to be hypocrite now and say PVC.
Yeah. Well, she know PVC is one of the better schools, the good schools. After, where we went. But we're going to leave that day,
We'll leave that day.
Look, another person coming, I shouldn't ask that. Watch. Look, behave on yourself, please. Yeah. Behave on yourself. Who's that next person?
Huh? You see, I tell you, what kind of, what you trying it?
I make
What
a
you trying
mistake.
it?
Only I don't mean type. Don't type no more. I mean type GBXS, please.
It is a mistake you make.
Okay, there we go. Oh, but you're winning. Just say you're winning thing, and I can't
Just
challenge
so.
you again, but I'm afraid to check the score. Who said check the score? What you saying? Check the score, my boy. Afraid. Afraid. I find she kind of biased too, you know. You're bad for your boy. Don't worry. Boy, eat good food on the hill up there, you know. Them green pants and them iguana pants and them, you know. Is iguana that? I always thought. But once the green iguana. Anyway. Back to you.
Yes, where were we? We're going backward and forward.
I was just beating you up about you quick because, you know, I mean, you should have given St. David's the praise for dethroning all you. But I realize you instead because you're a long time, you quick, man. And you didn't give St. David's the praise, so I vex with you.
But listen, I give them that for they won a couple categories. Yeah. I remember this was some real strong altos. I remember that. But overall, because remember, you quick used to win all them male, female, full choir. We win drumming, we win dance. We used to just,
All right, boss.
Right?
All right. So the last thing here, you see what they put on the screen? You get keep that.
Yes,
I done. If that's what I say, but I know I'll get anything. I'll get a little excited. Anyway, moving forward. So now I've seen that you've been balancing. You say from the work and the music, you've been balancing and wanting to choose and to choose. Now we're going into the thing now. You have chosen.
Yeah.
You have chosen not to do like the other people. I ain't saying the ordinary people. Like the other people. You have chosen to go back to your school to support people playing music. I want to start there. Don't jump the gun.
How that happened? No,
Yeah.
but I can't go straight ahead. Well, let me put it like that. When I started Harper's Music Services, Mr. Jeremiah brought me on board as an accompanist for the choir. So I happened to travel to Carifesta in Barbados since 2017, and then again in 2019 to Trinidad. In leading the accompaniment section. All right. And I started to do other things. Started to perform, do musical accompaniment. I played at funerals, and I started a recorder class at St. Andrew's RC School. Now, one day the principal, Miss Simmons, called me all excited. Mr. Harper, we got a whole set of musical instruments, wind instruments, trumpets and trombone and clarinet and so forth. Mr. Harper, you'll be able to teach them? I said, Mr. Simmons, I don't play them things. The only instrument that I ever played before was the saxophone, and that was about when I was a teen. I said, but what I could do, let's all, get a project in place, and I'll manage it because I have the music theory background, so I can manage it. But let's get a specialist to teach the different areas. She come back again, Mr. Harper, you sure you can? You sure you can do it? I said, Mr. Simmons, I'll give it a try. So a Sunday evening, I'm not living far from the school. I went over to the school to look at the instruments, see what was there and so forth. And I went with my little son. Say, Kaniel, who you see playing trumpet now, who is at PBC? So I went with him there, and I took an inventory of what we had, of what was there and so forth. And I took a trumpet, and I tried to play trumpet. But remember, I'm playing keyboard and guitar and drum and bass and quattro and pan and all kind of different things. But apart from the saxophone, this trumpet, I always respect trumpet and trombone and clarinet and everything. So I said the trumpet, I said, let me see how this thing working. So I take the trumpet and I put it in my mouth and I be here. And my little son, Daddy, let me try that. Kaniel, hold on. Because I'm around them guys in bands and in playing, We didn't even talk about that yet, band and pan and all kind of thing.
Yeah, man. I didn't forget you.
So I tried to blow it, but I ain't getting the buzzing thing, And my son they behind me, little son they behind me, Daddy, let me try, Daddy. Little children, Daddy. Okay, Kanye, look. I give Kanye that trumpet. Kanye take trumpet, put him out. Pop! So I make a long story short. He said we go start the music program. So I said I know I can start a summer program. I got a couple of people who I know play, and I started study with instruments now. I enrolled in the University of YouTube, and I started take notes. I started line up music videos on each instrument. All right, how they work, because already studied they're transposing instruments, so I understand all of that. But I never did a music program before like that. I've never been in a music program like that before, much as to teach it. So I started learn how to play everything. Trying to figure out how it works. And so I got somebody to do. There's a gentleman by me, Mr. Beggs. I tell him he will handle trumpets. 2 students from PBC. Jarrell Bartholomew, who is a saxophone sensation now.
Yes, man.
Right. He because I worked with him while he was a student. Because I led the team of the accompaniment, the accompanists at the Carrie Festival. So he was part of that team as well. No, many people don't know he started off on clarinet. So he came and he worked with the clarinets. I got another student who was also from connection from BBC and church, who played the saxophone. So I got him to help with the saxophone. There's another gentleman, Mr. Gill, who I found out plays flute. And I don't know people playing flute, but I was so impressed with the gentleman playing flute, reading how much ledger lines and so forth. So he came on board too. And I designed a program, what I wanted out of the 2-week program. And I said to them, I communicated what I wanted to get out of it. So if you go back to the very beginning of my page, you'll see the first group of children playing a 5-note scale. And that's how it started. So we get into how I ended up at PBC, Now remember, I'm already working at PBC because I'm working with the choir. Mr. Jeremiah comes to St. Andrew's Irish School graduation. And maybe one of his kids were graduating at the time. And sees me conducting a group of primary school children with clarinet, trumpet, saxophone. I think there was trombone involved as well, and so forth. And he come to me, say, but you are looking for? He said, I didn't know I don't know you could do that. I said, well, I didn't know I could do that too. And that's why I ended up in BBC with the orchestra. All right. I see somebody telling me I started teaching him bass guitar. Yes. So before I moved from Guelph to St. Andrew, I had a music class in church. I was teaching kids guitar. I teach people bass guitar. So people know me as a keyboard player, but I taught people bass and all that sort of thing. All right. So that's how I ended up in BBC.
Oh, so you were kidnapped
in the orchestra.
You were kidnapped.
I won't say that.
Yeah, but you were kidnapped. I mean, you're afraid to say it, man. Let me see who watching.
I continue. I do work at other schools. I still have students at convent and RC school in Grenville.
Yeah, well, tell us. I want to know.
I taught classes at SAS during school hours, recorders. Mm-hmm. I have schools in St. Patrick, in Montrose. They have a group there. Even at primary school a preschool in Rose Hill. So people have heard of me and call me and they want to I want whatever you're doing there, I want to do it, and they and there are other schools who are asking me to do what I do. All right. So
So you're sharing it.
yeah. I'm at the point where I Jarrell, who's a past student, is a past piano student of mine. He's a PBC student as well. He is now assisting me in teaching piano. So listen, this thing has just started. Dr. Williams, this vision I have is bigger than me. I can't do it on my own. This thing is way. I only speak about what is to come in snippets. Because if I want to speak about it, people will call me crazy and they might try to kill my dreams.
And look your friend saying good night.
Hey, call ya. Good night, sir.
That's the music, that's the drummer that day?
Right. And he taught while I was teaching kids the brass and woodwinds, he taught drum corps as well at the school. So let me say, and let me big up St. Andrew's RC School and Miss Simmons. I need to big them up. You see the majority of the front line in the PBC orchestra, that is RC School in Grenville.
So you take them and send them downtown?
No, here's what. Them children, they in RC school. And they and their parents want to continue in music. And PBC has a music program. So where do you think they will want to go? So let's at this point now, I want to move away. I want to take off my PBC hat.
Yes, man.
All right. I want to take off my PBC hat right now and speak as the visionary. What happens at PBC must happen in every school in Grenada.
Every school in Grenada. Oh, that's a vision.
Well,
okay, that's a vision.
That's a vision. I've started it because PBC is not the only school I work at. As I said before, I call the other schools and there are other people speaking to me.
You sure you're ready for that challenge?
If the Lord wills it. Where he leads me, I will follow. Because okay, let's backtrack. What I am doing now, it could never be me. That can't be me. I don't have a degree in music. I have the spoken word from my mother while I was in the womb. I have the gift. It's God that gives gifts. So what I'm doing now could never be me. All glory and praise to God and all the people who have been around me. I must say, I see people talk a lot about bad mind and all kind of things. So I don't know if it's because I don't ignore, but I could tell you I've had a lot of people around me who have been very supportive. Beginning from church and coming to people. People maybe make a comment on Facebook or so, but there are people who maybe not social media people that would meet me and say, hey, I like what you're doing. You have my support. Go ahead. Keep doing what you're doing. And it's important that people know that, that rather than batting up somebody, all right, on mistakes that they make, look at what they're doing. Help them, all right? Because all those positive comments, when I started playing in the Anglican Church in Guelph, so I must mention the Anglican Church in Guelph because from Scouts, where I learned to play, I learned to jam chords and play music reggae and calypso and in band and so forth and going. We have like a teenage dance party and thing, and you get a little breakout to go and play a little party and thing now. All right, before I get into youth quick. The organizer of the church fell sick. Before she fell sick, I used to just go and play during peace. And then when she fell sick, I had to fall in place. All right. And the people there always encourage me. I mean, obviously when I just started, I was not that great a player, but they encouraged me. So now it's my job to encourage everybody else. And I tell the kids that I am preparing them to be better than me. I have some students playing wind instruments. For example, the trumpeters. There is no way I can play the high notes that they play. You think I jealous of children? I am happy. I am happy, and I want them to play higher and higher notes and play more proficient. All right, because what is given to you is to be shared. You see, there are some little things. Let's go back to the insurance industry. What I learned there, all the things that I used to read. I got introduced to reading books and so forth, and motivational stuff. And along the way, I learned one day that when a tree bears a fruit, it is not for the tree. People just get excited about the gifts and get swell-headed and all that kind of thing. So your fruit is not for you to consume.
Preach it, brother. Preach it. Say it louder. Say it louder.
Your fruit is for somebody else. So I remember in 1998 when I was on one of those Irish stage. I think that happened more than once. 2.5 hour performance, and when we finish, and we tell them we finish, the people are like, oh, it's like they want more. And something told me that watch her. But you probably, when you all perform, you might be stopping somebody from committing suicide. You probably had a couple in the audience that never laughed together in a long time. But they came to your show, and for the first time they laughed together. And that probably meant the relationship. Somebody that had a real hard week, and the performance gave them renewed energy. So the gifts that we have is not for ourselves. It's to share with others. It's not to glorify ourselves. You have a gift, you're supposed to share it and use it for others. A doctor is not a doctor to take care of himself. You know what I mean? A teacher is not a teacher to teach his or herself. So whatever you have, and now let's talk about class now. I'm in class with my kids, and I say to them, first day of class, I am not here to teach you to become a musician. So someone watching me black. So why are you here? I am here to help you become a better person. So my mission, let me introduce you to my mission. My mission is to provide for the development of our people through the gift of music. When I started the business, I thought my mission was to teach people music and to entertain people and that sort of thing. And I discovered that this was bigger than entertaining people. It is the gift. I'm using the gift as a means. All right? So the statistics will show that the majority of kids in a music class, right? I'll tell you about this in a while. Yeah? That what you just showed on the screen, I'll tell you about it in a while. When the majority of kids will never touch a musical instrument ever again in their life. A few of them may be passionate about it, and they may do it as a side thing, as a hobby. All right? And it's only a few students that will become professional musicians. So why teach music? But the experts tell you students of music have an advantage in life. They learn to focus. That learning to read and play an instrument, that is hand-eye coordination. Playing a musical instrument is just developing your motor skills. There's so many benefits from learning to play music, and not just music, but sports and everything else. So when I have found my gift, but I tell my students, you're learning music, and that may not necessarily be your gift, but in the process, I want you to discover what your gift is. And let me be selfish here. I've told the students that already. I said to them, I want you all to do well. That's all I want. I don't want you to be, I'm not going to force any one of you to be great at the instrument, but I want you to be the best version of yourself. Because in the not too distant future, when I become an old man, they will be the leaders. So I had to look out for myself, I had to look out for you too, We want to make sure that we create a generation of children with the right mindset, the right heart, so that they would continue to lead All right, they would continue to lead us after we could no longer do what we're supposed to do. All right. The previous video that you showed, the with the PBC boys in the playing the school song. That happened during COVID.
Yeah.
So I said to them that this is a COVID project. So I said to them, school continues, orchestra continues. So we continue to ask me how we do it. I'm still trying to figure out how we did it, but we worked online, and I gave them assignments and so on. I said, listen, graduation is coming up. We can't play at graduation, but we have to be at graduation. So the music was arranged. I sent them the individual scores. I sent them the audio version of it so they could listen to it and play along with it. And I asked them to, while they're listening, to video themselves. I took all the videos. I got the audio mix, and there was another past student that I'm trying to remember his name now. A past student that did the video for us. And we had that for graduation of that year. So COVID taught us important lessons, because I normally would not have been involved in that. I'm a live person. I'm not a virtual person. I'm not I like live music, but we got involved in this. As a matter of fact, more than that, at church, we started to produce videos almost every Sunday. So again, we're talking about the process, the whole transformational process is that sometimes you have to learn things that you're not thinking about, because it is required to get you where you have to go. But also, I learned another important lesson during that time too, that collaboration. Because some of those things I couldn't do them on my own. So there's a guy at Tiba Beno who assists me in doing some of those things for the church. So we had people in our church, within the Anglican Archdeaconry of Grenada, all the parishes, including Carriacou and Petit Martinique, who were part of those videos. All right. I paused now. I know you might want to take me in another direction.
Carry you in another direction. I think you're doing fine, brother. This moment is your moment, you understand? So this moment is your moment, and we're really looking at the value that you bring. I mean, I have some challenges to throw at you, so I want you to, let the world know, let everybody know who this mastermind is, who this specialist is, because I hear you bigging up music and thing. You understand? And you say there is value in music, and then I heard earlier you say people say, by music you're going and do, you're mad. But then when I look at your track record, I see that you have a whole school behind you. When I say school, a lot of young children. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. And well, you wouldn't have the children or the parents, eh? So let's big up the parents who are listening right now. Because many of these parents didn't know me. And they trusted me to take care of the kids. There are some parents who say, Mr. Harper, once he is you, I find. Mr. Harper, just tell me, he's yours. And they supported me. Even during COVID, they supported this. They continue to, because remember, I'm not on a salary, yeah? So many of them continued to pay for classes online. So without them, and they still continue to support. And the kids now, that's a really, really good bunch of kids. And if I could get, even though a small percentage of them who become full-time musicians, I'll be really happy. All right. They amaze me. I tell them all the time that they're having better opportunities than I have had. because many of them own their own instruments. You know, I tell them that I wish, just as how they have me, I wish I had me when I was their age. Because, you know, we were all, let's go back to Scouts. Those of us who were in Scouts, we wanted to, we were eager. We didn't have as many distractions as they have now, but we were eager to do it. But we were teaching ourselves, you know. And I must big up the leadership of the Scout movement back then, because listen, that Scout movement in Guelph saved a lot of people. What do you mean? This is Guelph.
I get you, brother.
That Scout movement saved a lot of us. And it's my sister Ruby, who I used to live with in town, who eventually lived in town while I was going to PBC, that heard that there was Scouts in Guelph and called my mother and tell my mother, I hear you have Scouts in Guelph, send Ken. So Ken ended up in Scouts, then Lynn ended up in Scouts, then Cut ended up in Scouts, you know. And I'm seeing, look at one of the Scout mothers posting on the screen, Miss Lorraine. We used to, Miss Lorraine house was ours, you know. Yeah. You had people like Father Paul, Roger Duncan, at Bank, Nixon Edwards, you know. So at the helm, and many other people who passed through Scouts. And the discipline. When we were in Scouts, we know that if the anthem is playing and you're not dancing, you can't move. The discipline. So I explain to the kids sometimes why I am strict with them. Look at my background. When you came from people in Scouts, you give trouble, you have to do how much push-ups or pull-ups, or they make you run around the pass, yeah, or something like that. All right. I couldn't turn out any different, you know. And this scouting movement was amazing. And kudos to the leadership and the parents who supported this Scout movement. Unfortunately, it's no longer in Guelph. I wish we could have another one in Guelph. And I'm also, I need to be back in Guelph.
I'll send a bit. All right, okay.
I will be there too. Because remember I told you a while ago I took off the PBC hat because people usually associate with PBC.
Yeah.
But I want people to know that this is not about PBC, you know, was forward thinking and having a music program. So they just welcomed me there. I didn't have clients. I started not knowing what was going to happen. All right. People like Mr. Jeremiah made sure they keep me on board. You know, RC School, I told you, with the music program and so forth. I did a stint at SAS as well. All right. So take that PBC hat off. You know, you think of Miss Ramdani as how Miss Ramdani served Grenada. Miss Ramdani is one of my mentors when it comes to that aspect of things. Miss Ramdani is one of the first persons that when I went to her and said, Miss Ramdani, I want to do this thing full time, she gave me a thumbs up.
So what will happen if you are now called to serve Grenada?
Of course.
Half of Grenada.
No, I am Harper's Music Services. When you think of music, think of us. Harper's Music Services.
I go spotlight you on that. I spotlight you on that.
Harper's Music Services. When you think of music, think of us. Let me tell you one of the other things I want to do. I always wanted to do this, huh? The avenues were not there, but everything is by divine design. So let's accept that. But I want to give the opportunities to kids who want to further music. I want to give them the opportunity to do that. I didn't get a scholarship to go and study music. I want to be able to give scholarships to children to go and study music.
But Hapa, you had to be realistic, man. You know people don't like music in Grenada. You know all your musician band, men and so on. Bands can't even survive in Grenada because musicians don't support in the thing. So why are you going into this, Hapa? Are you brave so?
What is faith? Was it sense being a Christian? Was it sense being a Christian without faith?
You used to play in a band.
Yeah.
You're not in a band anymore.
Well, yeah, I was in many bands. I've played for probably all the top Calypsonians in Grenada, Trinidad, from Trinidad and so forth. All of that on my belt. But many times if you have to transform, you know. You have to grow, you know. The student must become a teacher. If you keep doing the same thing you've always been doing, you're gonna get the same results, you know. Remember that's the definition of insanity. If you keep doing the same thing you've always been doing, you'll get the same results. If I just remain a member of something, how do I get to lead something? And we all given gifts. We are all given gifts, and we must use our gifts. So now we don't even know that's our gift, you know. When I considered doing music as a career, music education was the last thing on my mind, you know. But where he leads me, I must follow.
I like it. You be quoting that scripture, man. Let's do. I call it as a scripture. No, go ahead.
But and you said that people in Grenada don't like music. I don't know if based on what happens, you know, sometimes we say, but there's a lot more people who do love music and culture. They're probably not in the right places.
Maybe I should say, like, not they don't like music. They don't support Grenadian artists and music. Is that true?
I've heard a lot of people complain about it. We've had evidence of all sort of things. I mean, sometimes there are things you desire that I don't get. We get respondent and so forth. But you see, I'm an optimist.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the value now. Looking at the value. Let me show you, boys.
Okay.
Looking at the value you created, Hapa, right? You've created this value here now, and these youngsters who would be in their 20s soon, right, would say, okay, I want to start a band now. I'm going to make some money, and then they have the same challenge I had. Parents would say XYZ, colleagues, friends, you name it, saying XYZ, and then they just drop it.
So as you said that, it's important that this journey is successful as an example to others. So I'm saying, pause for a while.
Go ahead.
To parents and well-wishers, it is of paramount importance that Harper's Music Services and everything else that comes out of Harper's Music Services is successful, so that it is a beacon for others. Let children say, well, if Mr. Harper could have done it, then I could do it. So I may be considered a pioneer because I'm doing something that many may have tried and have, you know, or are afraid to do. You know, as I told you, some people say, but you leave your good work when you right up there. All right. So, but we've had our challenges over the years in Grenada. In terms of people at times maybe not feeling supported, you know. I mean, how many scholarships we got, for example, to do music? But let me just say this. I have seen some changes taking place that I've welcomed. And I continue to look at what. So there was the launch of the Unleash program, the Unleash conference. There have been the creation of the Office of Creative Affairs, which I think a lot of us creatives have welcomed. And I recently got a scholarship to do a course at TAMCC, an industry-related course. In particular, the course called Introduction to Entertainment Law. So I tell you, I'm an optimist, and there may be a negative and positive must exist together. All right, but I decide to focus on the positives, I plan to attract the positives.
Thank you.
All right. I plan to support positives. All right. So what was. We use the lessons from it, and we go forward now. All right. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? All right.
But how about that? People also say that the culture is bigger than the man. You see them theory and them there? The theory without a change of mindset happen. It wouldn't work for the generation that's coming.
Right. So I have an opportunity now.
I don't want to get too much of the theory without the actual plan for the new generation to come, because we, the same adults, are going to be bashing the new generation. Talk to me, brother, because
So
the value is you're doing it.
You know something that guided me on my journey? I heard it said a long time ago, and I had to pay attention to it. It says, be the difference you wish to see in the world. Because everybody's sent to know what is not done, what can be done, what needs to be done, but then it's like, remember the story about who is going to bail the cat? Who is going to bail the cat? No, here's what. Let all of us, the culture is bigger than the man, as I said. Everybody do your bit with the right heart and mind. Okay? No, I have a mission. What's your mission? And at this junction, let me just big you up too, because when I heard that you came back as a you did your degree in theater arts and so forth, I didn't anticipate what I see you doing now, and I must applaud you for, an amazing job that you're doing, because you're talking about drama in education. You're talking about drama as therapy. Man, you need to be in every school. You know what I mean? So you doing what you're doing in drama. Me and you need to collaborate, because with drama comes music. With drama comes dance. With drama comes the other creative arts, the visual arts. All right? So we need to cooperate. We need to stop seeing each other as competition. Because as a musician, many people don't want to do what I do. You know the amount of people that call me and say, Hapa, somebody want to play guitar. No, it's a guitarist calling me. Somebody, I say, but you am I the guitarist? Papa, you just play guitar, man. But so why you teach? But I can't do that. I can't teach. I can't. I'll go gig. and I haven't been gigging in about maybe about 5 years. And mind you, I could be gigging. But you see, the thing is that if you look for something and you don't find it, you know what you do? You go ahead and you create it. So when I'm looking for music from a beginner students, if I don't find it, I go and I create it. I arrange it for them. So, and it's amazing. It's transformation, because 20 years ago would I have been talking like that? Maybe it wasn't me, but something happened along the way. Coming from parents to primary school, secondary school, college, scouts, all the different classes I went to. You know what I mean? Youth quick. I was involved in PAN too. I was involved in PAN too.
Yeah, let me see if I find you. I see you somewhere, yes.
Well, I got cussing this year for judging. But first year,
I'm not asking you why.
But now I'm learning to have a broad back. You know what I mean? I'm learning to have a broad back because I've already been asked to judge, and I kept sharing. I kept sharing. I was sharing. But it's also personal development. So back to what you're saying. Let's make a difference. Grenada. Listen, I heard that Grenada had a lot of great musicians before. We heard of them, and we still have. But we all have to just do a little bit. All right. So I dream about doing music in different ways. I mean, I don't say everything yet, because when something is planted in your heart, that's for you, right? Or when you have a dream or a vision, it's yours. It's not somebody else's own. So I even train myself that when somebody tell me that they have a dream, and I find that thing somewhere crazy, I am training myself not to kill the people's dream. It's not mine. It's not mine. Yes, I mean, let me wish them the best. Let me wish them the best, you know what I mean? Because
stop killing people's dreams. You say that out there, you hear that? They listen to you. That's a good one, Hapa.
You have
Don't
dream
kill
builders and you have dream killers. We must all strive to be dream builders. And I just want to say this to remind myself and remind other people. Anytime you find you're getting jealous, that is an indicator. Anytime you find yourself to get jealous, you know it's an indicator. You are not focusing enough on your gift, your mission, your vision, your dreams. If you're focusing on your dreams, on your gift, on your purpose, you have less time to get jealous. No, this may sound utopic because we are human beings, we are fallible. But the more we condition ourselves in that particular way, we'll have a better place. All right. So I know we all have dreams. I could think about 2 persons right now who I've spoken to, who are passionate about us having a professional performing venue, theaters and that sort of thing, concert halls and so. There are people here who are passionate about that, but maybe some of the people who don't have the money to do it.
The investment, brother.
All right.
Yeah.
So collaboration. We talk about collaboration. You know.
Definitely.
So, but that's why I said I see some positive moves which I have applauded, and I'm going to continue to support those positive moves because it can only do better for us. At the Unleashed program, I could tell you that, and I know you were there as well. The people were excited about what would they experience and what is to come, and we've seen some moves. In that, so it's my hope that this is going to just get better and better. Let all of us who are practitioners do the best we could, because the way I see it, right, the kids that I'm connected to, these kids are so busy in doing things, but the devil vexed with us, because he ain't finding time for idle hands.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Let's keep up. So I hear people, another thing now, we hear people talk all the time about telling children, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, don't do it. And everything that you tell them don't do, you are getting them curious about it. So we need to be more positive. So let me stop telling the children about don't do this and don't do that.
Provide.
Let me start talking to them children about, let's say what you want to be successful in life, do those things. You know Mr. So and so who is very successful. When he was a little boy, he used to do that. He was involved in so and so. He did so and so. Do those things. Hang on to that set of people. So let's start talking about what to do as opposed to what not to do. Because you see, when you tell them what not to do, that's what you're planting in their head. Then in the end, don't, You're just hearing what you tell them about. So let's talk. Let's big up. And so now we probably need to have a radio station that only talks about positive things. In Grenada, if bad things happen, we say Ido News.
Boss, I used to work in a television station, so I know you don't have to tell me.
Yeah, but as though when we get good news, that news boring today, Jen.
Yep.
Right?
But that's the conditioning of the mind, you see?
I was just going back to what you said. Change of mind. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. be transformed. So we need to start. Those of us who to whom children are entrusted, let us try our best to start developing that positive mindset from then. You know, I don't know if you could, as I say, if you could teach old dogs new tricks. Some old dogs are, mind you, are prepared to learn new tricks, huh?
Yeah, you could show them.
Right.
What, because as you see, when we discover the easy part of teaching, you don't teach anymore, you just show.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't want to jump in your gun, but the last event you had, we saw kids the answers that they had. You know,
The magic, yes.
Yeah.
We gonna get there that when it blows, man. But I have a question here for you though. I want to throw you under the bus now.
You're trying to throw me under the bus.
Yeah, man, I throw you under the bus. Let me see if you go make the man match break. So you have more bad people like you in Grenada, boy?
Like me?
You're so bad. I mean, you're playing everything. You're reading, you're writing, you're arranging. Where you come out, who else we could find, because we had to go Grenada. You so I'm going to the bad language now. You know I'm talking.
I know your bad means good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're that super.
You want me to call names?
So hello, this is free talking. You know, French, you don't hold back. Yeah, bad people like you in Grenada, so man.
What do you mean? There's a lot of them you're seeing.
With it, so they hide in. Okay, go on.
No, so there are some of them that we're not aware of because a lot of people still will not see what's going on here today. You understand what I mean? If it was a major accident that took place, or some kind of bad thing that happened, the whole of Grenada watching, or the whole of Grenada would have shared their life. So people always share their life. We doesn't have, listen, when bad things happen, we doesn't have to ask nobody to share the life, you know.
Nope.
The life will just share like that. All right. So you have people like Carvel Christopher. Excellent, that I worked with. I know Brom is involved. Huh?
Grenadian from up the road there?
From Brush Grove. Basie is his father. Basie from the police band is his father.
The little bad man, that little fella, he in Grenada?
Yes. He in Grenada.
You're kidding me.
We haven't seen him in a while, but
talk. Go ahead.
I'm seeing people all the time. There are people. Okay, there are those who you all see in the bands and so all the time. You have this guy Brown from in Boca. Sometimes we don't see them doing, but Brown has been doing a lot of work with kids in Boca Secondary.
The music teacher there. Yeah.
The music teacher.
Okay.
All right. You have people that are doing that sort of thing. All right, and there are a lot of other people who I mean, okay, we have. Well, Halim has moved to take up a job in Guyana, no, but Halim has been doing a marvelous job with PBC Choir. I mean, not everybody coming to my mind at this point in time, but I know Jared started with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to watch over Jerlin. I just left and Jerlin just doing what he has to do. So you ask
the youth man that gone crazy there with the sax, right?
No. That's I'm talking about Mr. Jeremiah's son.
Wait.
Mr. Jeremiah's last son.
Mr. Jeremiah is a musician doing it.
People don't know that.
Wait, so his son is Jesus goodness. Well, I don't know. I didn't know the man doing things to your children too.
So he started assisting me part time.
Yes.
Hope I could put him on full time.
Well, look at this secret silence. But what going on? We have all these musicians hiding.
But listen,
musicians, we had to feed
Grenada. So here's what.
We had to feed Grenada. Give me the list, man.
Listen, we have to support people and these sort of things, these sort of entities. We need to make music be on the same level as becoming a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. So also, when you call a musician to do a job, stop asking him to do it for free.
I should not spotlight you for that one because
Stop asking musicians to do their craft for free. That's our job. We don't call doctors and lawyers and so and ask them for free. We the lawyer charges total money. We grumble, what we pay. All right. When you pay a musician, I haven't been performing it, but let's talk about in general. You call a musician to perform for you. The musician had to have bought an instrument and the rest of the equipment. All right. He had to learn his skill. Let's talk about his skill. So how long have I been studying music? Since my mother's womb. The books that you buy to study, the time you spend studying. When friends were liming, you were studying. You were practicing. You have a skill. You're paying for a skill, all right, that you develop over years. Many times you come and do a thing, man. Just call about, you know what I mean? One time somebody asked me all that, you know. you ever go to a doctor when the doctor charge you as the doctor all that? You understand? So if we want the music industry to grow, we have to start respecting our artists, not just musicians.
But Harper,
our dancers.
But Harper, I want to talk to the music because you know music is my passion as well. I want to talk to the music because I want to challenge, you know, because musicians kill the music industry.
And from what angle are you talking from?
Well, look at the part from the hotel industry. How they are paid. The side jobs, the gigs.
Well,
where's the music association, Harper?
I was just about to mention that.
Where is it?
And we have to take responsibility as well. The folks at the Unleashed conference told us that we need to come together and have an association that could speak on musicians' behalf. But again, when people are not united, that is what happens. All right. The next thing, you may have a particular standard because you know to do a performance, this should be your minimum rate. Because in addition to paying yourself, because that's how you earn a living, you have all the expenses that come with it. Okay, the equipment not cheap. I bought a 50-foot 110 cable here. You know those orange 110 cable? That's $100 and change. Okay. Now, if you want to talk about you want musicians to play and provide you good music, all right. Now that requires you to have good instruments. You talk about hundreds and thousands of US dollars. So when you call a musician and you don't think he deserves to be paid, how does he live? No, mind you, sometimes you know what? The mindset again, but you're supposed to have a job. So when we call it for that, it's a side thing. But how do you expect us to give quality stuff if we have to go 8 to 4, rush home to change clothes to come and perform when we're practicing? So be transformed by the renewing of our minds. We musicians need to know our value. We need to be renewed. Many times we shortchange ourselves. We even feel bad to charge people. The next thing is that you want to get a gig that you see a man had, so you undercut him. And the moment you undercut him, you realize those shocks are just with a loss. Because it costs you to get there. It costs you to get to the venue. And the next thing the rate that a musician charge cannot be the same rate as somebody who is working 8 to 4. You're paying somebody 8 to 4 and you say that is the rate. I say, well, partners it's just an hour you're coming for here. But it took me an hour to get here and it'll take me an hour when I finish it to get back. So you didn't pay me for an hour, you pay me for something 3, 4, 5 hours, even though I'm paying for an hour. And we need to understand that, and the people also need to respect that. They need to respect that as well. But all right, I know you asked me the questions, and the issues are all there. The issues are all there. the thing again too is that we know that if you bring a foreign artist in, what goes with it, the contracts and all of that. There are times them guys need to get paid before they touch the stage, but the local artists get paid afterwards. So
But you know why that happens, though.
all right. Yeah. You hear guys complaining about how long afterwards and all those things. So I think I hope to see more positive energy going forward. I think that people who see that the creative industry is a lucrative industry. Dr. Fletcher at the Unleashed program conference, I remember him speaking about small island states not being able to compete, for example, let's say with an African country for agricultural products, for example. We don't have the land space. But you know, he said, where we can compete is with creativity. That is where we could compete.
Yeah,
All
that's
right?
where we could initiate the competition.
All right?
Look here, do you know the key element that is missing when you're talking about copyright? And I mean, we don't want to go there because we've been living in darkness in the Caribbean for so long that you do music for 30 years, and what do you get in the end with your music? You're a recording artist. You write songs every year, you record. And what do you get in the end?
How much?
You have put business in place. You have put things in place.
Yeah. So we're talking about, as musicians now, it's important that we now have to, when opportunities are presented, take them up, one, and put our house in order. We must see, we creatives must see ourselves as businesses, all right, and make sure we have. So it means that we need to have our lawyers, our accountants, our managers, all those things, and I think then people respect us more.
You have to. You have to
respect us more when we do that.
I mean, we feed. Look at, I just showing this at you. We feed from Jamaica in terms of the music, the dancehall, and all of that. A lot. But we need to also understand that they have associations that could represent them.
Right.
They could claim. I notice I just saying that. So you could earn, you could buy into, even if all don't buy into it, but others the outside that they represent. If you're an artist and you want value for your work, you can talk it. You have to do the business, the arts.
You have to do the business side, yeah.
And you don't just study it, you have to be able to apply it. The next thing I want to show to you there, from the time let's go to the local thing now, the music artists or the soca artists say the boss, they have a manager who know nothing about music, nothing about the arts, and come and just kill the artist's future. What can you tell me, man? What you see in
you know, when I was researching universities and so forth to study music, I realized there's a whole area in music management, you know. So you have people that love music. They may not necessarily be good at playing music, but they study the business of music. So, but how does a young artist that don't know much himself figure out who's the best person to talk to? All right.
Presented. You have to be. We have to have that database that has to be exposed,
right?
Not hidden.
Right. So all those. I heard the Office of Creative Affairs talking about that, having a database of those things. So now, creatives must be able to know who are the people that we can go to provide those services, because as a creative, many times the stress of having to deal with the administration, because you're creative, that's your area, you know, and usually you want to spend time being with your creative self, you know, let the juices flow. I mean, when we get, because there are guys who are doing it, it's not a large number, but there are guys right here who understand that, and I guess they're doing it. your work is much easier. Okay, but we need to. It's an industry we need to create in Grenada.
Thank you.
It's an industry, okay, and it must be seen with respect. Not you see an artist as come and do a thing for you. All right. When you speak to an artist, a creative, that creative must have the same respect as an engineer, as an accountant. They must be treated with the same degree of respect. You know, I heard the story of a musician in the United States that got called. It was either Christmas or for New Year's to do a gig. And no, mind you, everybody wants to be with their family at Christmas and New Year's, right? So you know at that time, hey, the value of that service goes up.
Up. Mm-hmm.
Up. But here's this. So he was asked, what will be the fees? So the guy gave his fees. Listen to the response. Man, you crazy? It's doctors and lawyers that get paid like that. So the musician's response was, sure, fine. Call a doctor or lawyer to play for you. Right?
So then you have to become a doctor and turn a musician so you get the money.
Right.
Interesting. But the value is critical.
Yeah, we need to value ourselves.
Yeah,
You know,
recognizing it.
we must be respected for it. But as I said before, I have an optimistic spirit.
Mhm.
I want more people to start thinking about, let's be the difference that we wish to see in the world. We have to take risks. Steve Harvey has a book called Jump. In that book, he says that for your parachute to open, you have to jump. You have to take a risk. You know, the parachute will not open unless you jump. If I did not make the move, if I didn't make the move to do what I'm doing now, many people would not take me serious in what I'm doing, because they would think, okay, it's a sighting you're doing. You're not available. You have a regular work. So now I am available to do this full time. It's a risk I gotta take. Some people still think I'm crazy. Some of them I think I'm crazy too.
Well, you have support, but closing in onto that, do you have, like, talking about family? I hear you talk about son and so on. You have family support in that? Because I know most artists don't have support, you know. Family
Well, I must say this. Let me say this. When I made a decision, all right, two of the closest people to me had my back. My wife and my father.
Oh.
All right. I've had support from a lot of other people. All right. Other family members, colleagues, friends, you know, and also a lot of people. Let me tell you one of the good things too. A lot of people who thought I was crazy didn't tell me I was crazy. So that was a good thing. A lot of people who thought I was crazy kept their thoughts to themselves. All right, and that was a good thing. Yeah, but so I've had a lot of support along the way. I mean, as I said, the negatives are always, you there is no positive without negative. They exist, they coexist. But I tend to focus on the positives, and I try as much as possible. I'm human. Sometimes little things may distract you for a bit, but I try to and when somebody asks me, boy, you sure, boy? Boy, you living your good work, boy? And the person who told me that makes more money doing music than a regular job. But you sure? But you sure you make the right? But remember, it was a leap of faith. Eh?
Yep.
I believe that if I didn't do this, let me put it this way: if I did not make this move, I would have been a restless soul.
Value, brother. Value, brother.
Or I've been a restless soul, you know. So I am not where I wish to be yet. I am not, as people say, successful as you know. But success is a journey, anyways. So success is not a destination, a journey. But when I look back, I see where I came from. The baby steps. So that's what's important.
Great. So that means because you touched it, and you touched it. We were talking Harper, but I want you to give me more because you gave insights already on Harper's services. Because the people are watching and listening, and you need to give me that synopsis now so that we can feed more people. So it's your turn to
what I do.
Spotlight Harper's services.
So Harper's Music Services is thus far is a three-legged stool. We're going other services going to come on board. It's just going to happen. Music education services. So I say music education services because inside that, tutoring of musical instruments, and when I say musical instruments, we're talking about percussions, piano, guitar, bass. When I say percussions, for people who may not know, I'm talking about drums and drum-like instruments. All right. So keyboard, guitar, drum, bass, wind instruments, the woodwinds and the brass. I'm also available to do workshops. All right. Recently I did one for you. All right. I also do accompaniment and performances. All right. And sheet music production. Now, many may not understand what I mean by sheet music production. You see, the music that musicians read, I create that. So, like at carnival time, you see the musicians in the bands having sheet music to read. I create that so that they can read to accompany the artist. All right. Also, people may want to preserve their music. Not just preserve. You have a lot of sheet music that is starting to get tattered, and you only have one copy. So I would digitize that. All right. So you'll have a soft copy of that. Now, it's important that we do that because we need to. One of the things with us in this part and coming out of people whose foreparents were once enslaved is that we never saw the need to document. All right. And so a lot of things is lost or robbed because we did not document it. So every time I create one of those things, I put my name below. So 20 years from now, somebody says, okay, Harper did that. All right. We need to document our stuff more and more and more so that for example, when we study music, we do music appreciation and we talk about all those guys back in the early periods of music, the Bachs and the Beethovens and the Mozarts and so forth. We have something to show what kind of music, even though we can hear the music that was recorded, but we can analyze it on paper. The question is how many of us know could do that? So do I have music from, let's say, our great Sierra Grenada, or Wizards and Ajamo and Scala and Specky and all it? I mean, just to name a few. We should be studying their music. We must watch a piece of music and say, but that's a wizard band. You watch the structure of the music and say, that wizard. Because you see, we need to start seeing those guys. These are our Bachs and Mozarts. All right? And we must be able to study them. Strange enough, there are kids that some of my teach and I ask them about Specky and they don't know who Specky is. Well, if I didn't know who Specky is, you think they're going to know who is Wizard? Some of them probably, you say Ajamo and Scala, they still don't know. All right? So we need to teach our kids our culture. So one of the things I try to do is that when I'm teaching my students, I try to use local music. All right? So they're learning music, but they're learning about us. I mean, true, we have a lot of those beginner stuff that we from since 19 long ago that we've been using. But it's time that we must, a child learning to play music must learn to play a Sabrina piece. Must know about a Jefferson piece. Must know about let's call some of the names, Lion Paw and Songbird, and help me. We have some. We have some good. We have some people on
artists,
board.
man. You have to talk the Ned and them, and the Valley
We have
and them,
the
Miney and
soca
them.
artists. Yes.
Man.
Some
This
people.
powerful
Another
voice
thing again
music.
too. Here's this, and I know I might be touching on a sensitive area. You see calypso. Some people see calypso as non-Christian. Because remember, when we were enslaved, we were taught that anything that was of us was not good. No. When you get to the lyrics of songs, it's a whole different story. But we are calypso people. We are calypso people. All right? We are soca people. So, sometimes I don't like a lot of lyrics in some of the songs because I like to be more positive. But there are a lot of songs that are positive. The song you are playing there, Thanks for Life, your theme song. You understand? So we must appreciate us, and this is something I've been learning over time. We must embrace us. We must be able to sell us to the world, because the reason why we know so much of other people's music is because they have been successful in selling their culture to us. And we must do the same, because people come here and love what we have to offer. Listen, a simple thing as our flag. People talk about my experience in overseas at those major gatherings and so. People just walk up to us. They love our flag. And I know a lot of people walk around wearing a Jamaica flag. You know what I mean? And you have people around the world just loving up that red, green, and yellow. So we need to start and study our music through the ages. We have our artists from since the pre-Sparrow time coming through to modern time. We see how the music has evolved. I mean, you go to university and you do music and you have to study all those periods. We must do that for Caribbean music. We must know our Caribbean musicians. We must know where we came from, and that's where we become a proud people. All right. So it must be part of the history and everything. Now, see, when you study music, you study history. So you're going at. I told my students sometimes. I know they will not know that. You remember Mr. Killer? I'll call a government name again. Let me call a government name. So we're talking music, but we're talking history. When Mr. Killer sang the song, In Guavalon, we playing Carnival in Guavalon. Let's talk history. What was happening then? All right. So music teaches you history. It was the year when there was talk there was no carnival. Remember that? And Killer knowing golf people go play whether you have carnival or not. So we talk. I mean, so I want to see the day when, for example, in a literature class, we're studying Scholar, Black Wizard, Ajamu, Specky, Sour Serpent, and all the names, man. There's so much to mention. We're studying Sparrow.
You need to come to my class.
I think I need to. I need to take some of your classes. I think too.
Come to my class, man. Scholar is always in my drama class. All the local artists.
Wonderful, wonderful,
You're
wonderful.
on the right
So,
path, brother. You're on the right path.
yeah. No, I'm saying that we need to. And if we're talking about people, we just talk about nation pride. Nation pride is not wearing colors on Independence Day. And I mean, I'm not the first person to say that. Let us say we know, you know, but is who is taking the lead in doing it? Let's be the difference. Let's be the different. So you doing your thing in theater. We have a lot of people. I mean, and you have your predecessors there as well. The Urias Peters and the Chris DeRiggs and the Kids Douglas and so forth. In the dance, we have people doing their thing. Susan Jones Benjamin. We have Tira. We have
Celia.
We have people up on the we have the people in drums and so Livingston and those guys up there. I heard that there's something new starting in St. Andrew, and so let's support each other in doing what we had to do. All right, and that's how it works out. That you gonna get better. You know, we want our people, we want Grenadians to be proud and proud for the right reasons too.
Amen.
All right, to be proud, we must know our history, whether we like it or not. Teach our children
you mean
history.
know or teach it? We must know it.
We must teach it. We must teach it. We have to teach our history.
Oh.
Whether you like the character, the personality of the time, teach it. Give us the opportunity to form our own opinions. You know, for example, Julian Fedor. How could we not know about Julian Fedor when people as far as Australia and Alaska still studying Julian Fedor? Some children don't know much about the Grenadian Revolution, but people still studying the Grenadian Revolution all around the world.
Oh, the question should be why.
Huh?
The question should be why, brother.
Many people know why. And let me tell you something. How many Grenadians know that Grenada is the smallest country to have had an army? The smallest country to be invaded by the United States. The smallest country that had the second largest production of nutmeg. I mean, listen, we little about with Talawa, you know.
How many? The question is who passes that on, brother? Because you're talking about culture. Listen to me, man. You're talking about culture and cultural heritage, you know, and the oral language, you know. You know, all these things come through the folk form, and you had to pass it on, brother. Whether we like, you see, like how you say your uncle and them still speak patois. You see what happened? You see what happened? How many of them? So that's what would happen if men like you and I don't get up and do something.
But here's some things. Many times we say that it's because the people want to speak privately. Yeah. And all of that killing thing. That may be true, but there is a particular word that I think kill a lot of our culture. You see that word country bookie, and calling people country bookie, and making them feel bad to come from the country, because a lot of our culture and soul was out in the outer parishes. So when people started going to town now, they don't want to be considered country bookie. So they gave up a lot of the ways of doing things. You know? Because I show you're going to talk patois, you're a country bookie. So there are many things and not just one. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, and that is important. You document that is part of the history. You see, that is part of the history. But the thing that brings people together, tell me about it. No matter what profession you're in, no matter what function you're in, what conference you're in, they call and.
You're referring to the music?
Oh yeah. Oh well, now I wanted the world to get it. No matter what profession, what function, what event, who you calling? Not the creative artist, the performing artist.
The performing artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say to people that we live lies. We are living lies. You tell people, you know, you can't fall. If you let's say you when you go and study many of the other things, they don't tell you to do something else to fall back on. You know, but once you're going to do the arts, but do something else just in case you to fall back on. Now here the lies. You can make it in music and so forth, but I think it's a way of controlling people. Nothing you do. You're going to church, you're on music, otherwise you find me church boring. No, let's just take music out of life. Take music out of carnival, where you don't have carnival. Or biggest. But you know what I mean? You talk about school children on the bus, and the bus have music when you're not going. Some children say they had to study, they have to have the music. I don't know how they do that. But without music and the creative arts in general, all right, where are you? No, I mean, I know we dealt more with music, but the visual artists, you know. So my hope is that we stop living those lies. I'm saying most because I think we are being a little bit more respected now. Okay, you have shown drama in another light. All right, and I see people giving their testimonies. Okay, so you also are a trailblazer. We just need to continue doing more of it so that the change takes place. All right, we have to stop living in lies. Music is so important. We need music in you're on the radio. Let's think about it for a moment. Think about a movie without a soundtrack. You know, and I tell my students that I say, listen, when you don't need to do music the traditional way, you know, you can study music for movies.
Yeah, scoring.
Yeah. Think about it. I remember one time chatting with a neighbor, and he made the point. He said, "Do you know that when you make a movie, you know they would sometimes revoice it in different languages, or they would do the subtitles or closed caption as they call it."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "You know the one thing they never change." He said, "The soundtrack never change." The soundtrack never changed because the music is a universal language. So let's stop living lies and stop sometimes making musicians think that they are not important. We are more important than we can ever even begin to fathom. Right? But I guess it's a process.
And that's where we come in, and you come in as a musician, because if they don't know, what path would they follow? It will be a guessing game. Yeah. Because when just as you said, they say about music you're going to do, and as I've shown my students in the creative arts and theater arts and drama, the multiplicity of disciplines, of professions, of skills that you can develop. So too it's in music. Yes. But we only showing the face value, and I don't show face value. I dig deep into things. So I'm calling on the musicians now to go deeper and show the deepest depths of the value of doing music, and not just playing to go and get a little $300 or $200.
Well,
then you may see some transformation as well. You see,
you do therapy in drama. People do therapy in music, and I mean, I saw a YouTube video of a man who, I wonder what he had, Alzheimer's or one of those things, and he wasn't very responsive to people, and they did an experiment. They found out what type of music that he liked when he was a young man, and they put it on an iPod, and the man literally became alive. He started talking and responding just by playing the music that he liked. All right, so here we have music. So people, for example, who thinking about things like psychology and counseling and that sort of thing. But you know you like music.
There you go.
There you go. You like video games and that kind of thing. So, but you like music. You know what I mean? You're an electronics person, but you like music. Hey, those keyboards, the cogs and the Yamahas and thing, I don't find those have enough Caribbean beats on them, you know.
There you go now. Your programming time. Create.
Right?
Develop.
You almost every place now, you need to have a sound system in it. Well, you need to have an acoustic designer. We had to start teaching our children to think, oh, matter of fact, there is no box right now. You know what I mean?
I'm glad because I'm glad you say that. Go ahead.
Not a box right now.
Remove the box, brother.
Yeah, remove the box. You know?
Remove the box. And with that energy, we transform things. Remove the box.
You know?
Remove the box.
And the next thing, we need to stop sending people to school to look for a job. So somebody gave a joke when they say a job means just over broke. Let's stop teaching our children to go looking for jobs. When you teach your children to go looking for jobs, you're teaching them to go running after money. Let us teach this generation to first of all discover who you are and why you're here. There are two important dates in someone's life. And as somebody one time they say, when you're born and when you die, they got one part right. The first important date in your life is when you're born. The second date may not be a one particular date, but might be a period of time, is when you discover why you were born. And if you discover why you were born, your purpose in this world, you will stop looking for jobs and stop chasing money. And money will start chasing you. Because face it, the reason why people go looking for a job is because they want security. Financial security. But we still send mixed signals to children and tell them that money is the root of all evil. But you want child to go and get a safe, secure job for what? Not money? Mixed signals. Mixed signals, yeah? Mixed messages. So
who you blaming? Who you blaming? How you sound like you're blaming somebody so?
No, I don't like to blame.
Oh, okay.
I think I like to get into fix it mode. I like to get in solution mode. Well, we've had enough blaming.
Go ahead.
Now we've had enough blaming. All right? And so now we need to take blame ourselves too. All right?
You say sometime, brother. Sometimes I'm challenging you now. You say sometime. The people who come before us.
Well.
Who came. So they say, you remember there was a book, The People Who Came.
The people who came, yeah.
Left them mark. What we do with it? Did they go with their mark? Go ahead, you hear, bro. So to leave what? Back.
Yeah. I want us to start encouraging children and adults. Let's start discovering what is our purpose on earth. You know, clues are left. There are things that you're just naturally good at. What are you good at? What do you do so easily that other people find it difficult to do? You know what I mean? Your gifts, your talents, these are indicators. And usually with the gift and the talent comes passion. I mean, sometimes you do have people that seem to be passionate about things that they're not good at. But your gifts, your talents, there's some things that you just want to do, you like to do. Okay, ask me, what are you going to do if of tomorrow money was not an issue? I don't need to have a job. I don't need to make money. What am I going to do? The same thing I was doing yesterday. And that got me. See, even when I was in the insurance industry, I met people, other colleagues, prospects and clients. And I heard this thing start playing in my head. I heard people saying, I just love what I do. I just love what I do. I keep hearing this. I just love what I do. And I started asking myself, Ken, what do you love to do? So you talk about, I remember during my teenage years, half of my bed, a keyboard, a guitar, a quattro. I had about 2 recorders, a soprano and an alto, a harmonica, music books. And I sleep on half of the bedroom. That's what I like to do. I just loved doing that. All right. So I am excited about other people. I am excited about other people discovering what they want to do. You know what I mean? Discovering what they're made for. Because let's look at a Lamborghini. Look at the design of a Lamborghini. You go take a Lamborghini and go off-road with it? A Lamborghini was not made for off-road. That's a hint. What's the intended purpose of that? It's a fast car. So when our Creator made us with all those gifts and talents, He had an intended purpose. That is something that people will debate, but it doesn't make sense. All right? You know you're a person that's real energetic and thing. That's an indicator you probably should be in, you know? You know you're a real studious person. You like books. You like to be quiet. That tells where, you know, it gives you an indicator. Since you're small, you're dissecting lizard and all kind of thing. I have some students, I know they're going to make some good lawyers. They always challenge me. They always in arguments with me, you know? And that doesn't mean you make you only a lawyer. We need to start looking outside the traditional professions. You know? And also, we have to start teaching our children to think bigger than looking for a job. So one of my kids, one time when they went to career day, my little girl, she dressed up in a business suit, and she was the governor of the central bank. You can't only be the receptionist. You know, one of my children, he went in ordinary clothes with some musical instrument or something. He's a musician but a businessman. Another one again went, he gone a career day, a jeans and a shirt, because he is the chief executive officer or something sort of a construction company. Or no, the project manager. So we have to start teaching our children to think about being entrepreneurs, being businessmen and women, you know? And I think many times everybody dresses up in police uniform and fireman and so forth because the uniform nice. All right? But let me say, there are a lot of jobs these days that you just sit from a computer and do. But it shouldn't be about the job. It must not be about the job. It must be about... All right. I said to somebody one time, made a joke and say, they go take my work. And my response made the person feel that I was real pompous with my look self. I said, you can't take my work. They were lost for a while until I explained. I said, you can do a job that I once did, but my work was given to me. And only I could do my work. So I am not concerned about jobs. I am concerned about completing my work. You know, I jam of a song, till my work is over. Right? Because when people focus on jobs, they tend to not complete their work. You
Mhm.
guard your job so much that you forget, because you don't want somebody to take your job. But you're actually supposed to be grooming people to take your job so you could do another job, so you could complete your work. So once we have people with that kind of mindset, more purpose driven, you know, there's a book about the purpose driven life. People should start reading that. I remember when I read that book at age 35, it was a major moment in my life, because at age 35 they said that God give us 70. It dawned on me I reached half of that. What have I done thus far? and it was a frightening thought. So that's why it's difficult for me to live carelessly. It's difficult for me to go about living carelessly, because every moment counts. You are here to complete something and do it well, you know. So I don't want to. I think that is why it became important that I start following my dreams, trying to make sure that I accomplish what I believe the good Lord put me here for. And I'm happy to be among other people who are like-minded, because you get energy from them as well. You know what I mean? You want to stay away from people that always tell you why something can happen. You know, so choose to be around people who would lift you up when you're down. You know, it's all part of the journey. You want to do all those things, but you're still human. You go through those tough moments. I still think that, I think as I said, I didn't grow up in wealth, in tangible financial wealth, but my basic needs were taken care of, and there was wealth of family. You know what I mean? Your immediate family, extended family, what your parents taught you. When you see I become miserable and so on, other people, I tell them, blame my father. My father tell me, don't be a leader, not a follower. I can't know something wrong and just be going along with it. My mother always tell me, you can't just be ordinary. You know? So I want to see other people. Right now, in all that I do, I want to see people do well. If everybody doing well, it's good. You can't want to be the richest person in a place and everybody else around. You're poor, everybody go thief you. You know what I mean? So you must be happy to see other people do well. Be excited. You know, ask yourself the question, when somebody is doing well, are you excited? You know, you want people to be excited with you when you're doing well. Are you excited when somebody else doing well? Because if an individual does well, the family does well, society does well, the country does well, the whole world does well. All right, so we want every individual. I mean, I'm speaking on something I'll call utopic, I know. But we need to have more people who think like that, you know.
Value.
You said something earlier on, this thing is bigger than us. It's bigger than us. You know, this is the longest interview I've been in, you know.
Brother, we do value.
You're muted, by the way. You're muted. I'm not hearing you.
Oh, Shims. No, I shouldn't be muted. Tell me if you hear me.
Yeah, for some reason I'm not hearing you.
No, I'm not muted, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
All right, but we deal with value.
You're a bit mute. Yeah. I wonder if it is.
No, you have to check on your end and see my mic is not muted, so I don't know what happened. Check again and see, because mine is coming across good. So, let me see if the people they could hear me or you.
Just 1 minute. Let me see. Why am I not hearing you?
Check, man. See if you're losing connection by me there, you know, because. Let's see. You
Let me
sure?
see if I can solve this problem from here. I'm not so sure why I'm not hearing. Let me change
Yeah,
my.
man. So June says she's hearing me. So
Yeah, still.
so let's see. I bet.
Okay, so I think the problem is from my end. Let me just see if
Okay.
I can sort it out.
All right.
Um, okay.
You back?
Yep.
Good, good, good. All right. So
Lovely, lovely. Sorry.
yeah, man. Oh, so we good. We good. We good. We good.
Where
We
were
good.
we?
Yeah, man. Because you light up the thing so much, is that yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
See, they will light up the thing so much because you see, when we're looking at the arts, we look at it at the value. Just as have you said, bro. Um, I've been asked many times, why you doing this? Yeah, why? You think I want to go all and make sure that and let the culture die? I have to pass on what I know. You see, so as you say, you don't have a degree as per se in a school. You understand? A university or whatever. But you're better than the people that you see. It does make me talking now. When I say it now, all it does vex. All it does vex because you say French, he does talk too much. Dog does talk too much. But you better than a lot of people who do university stuff. And notice my language now, I come down. Yeah? A lot of them can't do what you're doing and refuse to pass it on because they just want to keep the skills. And you understand?
I,
So you grew up in high praises, so don't vex with that. Can't vex with that. And the time will come, you see, and we have to ensure that a man like you, brother, no matter what, a man like you, we are look here now. The bald man on the hill, I need to talk to the bald man on the hill. A man like you had to go far and further so that we could make Grenada stronger. You see how they jump all over the place and come back, jump around Jamaica, grab it and come back home because I want to grow Grenada. You get it? I see you still the home with your skills, just as how they tell me, you gone, you make it big, but you decide to serve your country as well. So it had to happen, brother. Welcome.
well, I mean, many times people say, you're good at this. What you doing here? And I'm like, well, good things don't need to be in Grenada too.
No, they don't see it
You
like
know.
that. You understand?
I remember Miles Monroe saying that he still lives on a little 2x4 island, that he was born on, and people from all over the world calls him to do conferences, but he still lives on his island. So
Yeah, but it goes back to the value that you mentioned earlier on. We look after the money, brother. So when we look after the money, that's what the problem is. Because if we don't focus on building the human resource, what's going to happen? Everybody going to be chasing the money, running behind the money. And what happens after? Where's the structure? That's why culture is so important, our cultural heritage. And people keep talking cultural heritage. And you're living out the arts, the foundation. The arts will help shape your history and so on. So we have another lesson on that. You get me? You feel it's just a building and our 19th, our 18th century, 16th century building ornament is more than that. You see? And music and the arts have always been doing that. And look, you're writing history. You feel it's me alone? You write history already.
but the truth is, I feel as though I just started scratching surface,
But that's what you think.
because what is placing in my mind and in my heart is beyond me. I said before that I can the things that I think about, I don't know what happened yet, because I don't possess all of the skills to do that. But I just have dreams. I just have Listen, if I could dream it, it could happen. Because when somebody stayed on one side of the Atlantic Ocean with the idea that they could communicate with somebody on the other side of the ocean, they were considered crazy.
But that's a normal thing for us now. I mean, look at what we're doing now. You remember when we
Yeah.
saw those things? When we saw those things in those movies?
We were seeing alien style, sci-fi style, we saying it.
Yeah, 007 and so forth, when people talking to one another on screens, look at that now. That is normal thing for us, you know. So if you dream it, if you think it, one of the things that has guided me um is this: take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. So,
Just take it.
Emmanuel, the major step for me was making that shift, because for some reason I'm a single focused person. So to try to do insurance and music at the same time, even though I did do some form of it, but at the level of what I'm doing here, I know you interfere with me. And the other thing is that you see purpose and vision does cause problems in your life, because after a while I felt as though I plateaued in the insurance industry. All right. I plan to make the shift, but I didn't have all my ducks lined up. I want to make the shift. I kept a journal, and when I look back in the journal, maybe about a year and a half or so before, I wrote when I wanted to make the shift. But let me tell you what was bothering me too. You create a relationship with your clients. You almost feel as though you're divorcing them, because it's a relationship you created. There were people in the insurance industry that would call me before they make a financial move. All right. And I told you, a guy told me, man, get vexed with me. What you could leave, man? You I
but,
trust to do this.
but you jump.
You know what I mean?
But you
So
jump.
I had to go. I had to go through all that. Could you imagine that? Probably about a couple of years after I left, a client called me. He say, Hapa, I know you're not in the insurance industry again, but I want to make an appointment to talk with you about the business. No, all those things, it was difficult for me to break, but you know, I had to, because I was more purpose driven now. So it was a risk, but I became comfortable taking the risk after a while. You have to
Great.
become comfortable doing uncomfortable things.
Great.
You know?
And that is the value we have to live. That is the
Yeah.
value we have to live with the next generation or the current generation. You see? And as you say, we don't play the blame game. We
No,
teach or we pass on.
there was a song I learned in Youth Quick. Um, if I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not be in vain.
Morals and values, eh?
Yeah, my living shall not be in vain. So I and even when I'm being strict with my students, I explain to them why I'm being strict with them. I want to see you do good. First of all, for yourself. I want you to be the best version of yourself. You ought not to pass through my institution and come out the same person.
But isn't that the role of the teacher?
Well, we're supposed to help to transform. We so ought to transform you. You
Isn't
know.
that the role of the teacher, bro?
Yeah. Oh,
You know?
I feel if you come through and you didn't, and let me tell you something, you have 99, okay, and that one, another, you feel funny, You reach 99 and you didn't reach one, and you feel away. All right. And mind
Strategies.
you, I never thought about teaching as a profession, The one time, actually, I did induction course, but all I was doing induction course, and I'm thinking about if I end up in the school, all I'm thinking about is teaching music, Go ahead and teach your regular subjects, not on my mind. I want to teach music, you know. That was a, you know. So
Follow your dreams, man.
Right. And you know, somebody who told me that I used to do, I still do sometimes play for funerals at Lakwa and so. So one day I was speaking to Lakwa, I said, Lakwa, you seem to be successful and so forth. What advice would you give to a young man who wants to be successful? Lakwa tell me, follow your dreams, and he forget about me already. Follow your dreams, 3 words. You know, so I want to encourage other young people to follow their dreams. You know, and let me tell you something. Sometimes the dream killers might be the people closest to you, not out of malice. They're honestly trying to protect you, but they don't know better. They don't know better. But you have your dream. All right. So some of you just get hard on people and say this and that about it. But they're honestly trying to protect you because they don't think that your dream is going to make sense. They don't think so. You know? So
That's their fear.
yes.
That's
They
their
don't,
fear,
they
man.
don't
They have to conquer their own challenge.
yeah, they're trying to protect you. Why you want to do that? You know?
Ah, they have to conquer their own challenge. But and let me share this one with you because I realize you're on the path, and because I've walked the path of, for example, doing my masters, brother. In fact, when was doing my bachelor's, the same drama, I decided to do technology and the arts. There wasn't one lecturer who could help me. I was more advanced than my lecturer.
Okay.
So you in IT, computer, technology, all the gadgets. And so I have to get advice from someone who was not in my field, who didn't understand what I was doing. And you know how many of them tried to bury it? But when I started to educate them, now they saw the light. So you have to follow your dream and be confident in what you do, comfortable, and share it. You understand? Then when I went to masters now, it's the same thing. There are people at high levels who don't open their brain or their mind to a wider scope of knowledge.
So let me just ask for the benefit of our listeners who don't really know much about what you do.
Yes.
All right. How many people you have? Well, I may not say in Grenada, but in the region doing what you do.
Well, let me tell you the truth.
You might first of all want to tell your audience what you do. Sorry for interviewing you now, but I think a lot of people don't know what you do.
That is important. You're flipping the thing. What I do, I use drama as therapy. Right? The region does not really. They have some persons who call themselves drama therapists. Right? Because they did psychology and they did clinical studies. You understand? Let me clear up that thing now, right? So you could be a social worker, you do the study psychology, any other aspect of it, and then you say, okay, well, I'm going to become a drama therapist, so I study the psychology and the thing, and then bam, you do your clinical research, and you say you're a drama therapist. But here's the thing, many of them are not trained in the depths of drama, which is, and when I say drama, process drama, which is what I did, where you delve deep into the emotions of people and understand the path, and you get to better understand self and the challenges. So we do psychology, philosophy, everything, but most people see and they don't understand. They think it's just drama. It's not a walk in the park. Not anybody could get up and say they're doing that. So I have done drama therapy from a different perspective, not just the theoretical talk stuff. I've done a practical research, what you call action research, where you test it on people in the Caribbean context, because everybody doing anything America, wherever they want to do it, and it doesn't fit the Caribbean man. So I've developed a unique program, and we're going to talk more about that, I call mental peace. And I use it to help people, brother. Let me share that with you so you get the concept. I use it to help people who are stressed, depressed, suicidal, all these areas. So my shows and my programs are not just for going on stage and acting, but to help people to cope with the challenges and find a peace of mind.
Okay.
But the Caribbean people would say there are about 6 or so of them who call themselves drama therapists, but they're art therapists. You understand? We use art to draw and so on, interpret from a different perspective. But drama therapy is the real, when you're not trained in the art form, and you say a drama therapist, you have to be careful because you're just questioning techniques. So
Okay.
that's what I do. I help save lives in Grenada, and I do it every day, every night. There's not a day passing where I don't have to use my program that I developed to save somebody right here in Grenada. But that's another show. That is another show in itself.
I know, but I just want. I know. I'm sure there are people who are probably hearing about you for the first time who are on tonight. You
Mhm.
know, and so kudos to you on what you're doing as well. And I look forward to a bright future. I know there will be challenges, but I want to see a better future. I want,
Right.
you know.
And that so you now have opened up the gate for the partnership with your music because the music therapy has value. I incorporate some of that, and I was using the same music. I was able to unlock a young lady who was traumatized for over about 10 years using music. So when I hear you mention it, I say, well, that's where you need to go next.
Well,
So
here's
we don't
this.
just have drama therapy, we need the music, and not just music to tell people, go and listen to 2 songs. Hey, brother, I know so it goes. That's not how it works, you know. And I laugh at the people who say they do music therapy. You design a few songs and tell people go and listen to it. No. You understand?
Well,
No, that's not how it works.
you're
You
talking
get me?
about that, and I'm just remembering that I probably have accidentally found myself in that.
there,
Because
there you
there's a
go.
gentleman that I visit once a month, who used to play music, had a stroke and so on. I'm trying to get him back into when I get to him, we play along
Yeah.
with him and we try to get him to start back on his saxophone, get the fingers moving, and he started to come back alive. You know,
So
so,
you've started the process. Document it though. That might be your big research paper.
well,
Yeah. Well,
I,
we say this here live people. I'll make sure. Let me call it Auntie June. We hear it live here. You understand? Auntie June, you're here live here. Your son has stepped into the water of the music therapy. The man so good. The man bad. He real bad. You understand? And I wish his wife was listening to the program to tell him how bad he is. The man good. You understand? When he
a
play, you
good man.
understand? Anyway, let me leave that day. Like for a blowing trumpet for you and all, but give me one. Give me one. And you did service, you call that youth man here. You see how you look young, that's like a baby face?
Uh,
Call him. You understand? Because the man knows how to work with you. He's very what as somebody said, flexible, reliable. You understand? That's the kind of musician we want. We don't want people who tell you they go come and then go turn up. So it happens, service, it happens, you're going clear. You, hey, look at talking for you, Lord. The Tandy Jungle she go say, I take over now. The time has come because I don't close in the program and don't blow your I mean, why the tuba? I'm blowing something bigger for them and not no hand.
the two
And
are
wow, the man bad, he committed, yes, he knows how to get the job done and he stays with you. He tell you, well, bro, I'm tired and the check-in time. Oh, I want to go, you know. Boy, I have another gig. Nah, if you say you're doing that gig, you stick to that gig and get the job done. While you waiting on, call him and you should be in about what church, school, community center. Why you waiting on, brother?
well, well.
Why you waiting
Rome
on?
wasn't Rome wasn't built in a day.
Oh, but we wasn't there to know that. They could have lied.
But so w- w-
Yeah.
one of the other things that I'm available for, rather than just there might be musicians in an organization like a church or so.
Mhm.
They may be beginners and they can play the individual instruments, but need to be brought together as a unit. I'll offer that service as well in coming and bring them together. You know,
Lovely.
as a director. Okay, and there are a lot of little simple things. We have people playing, and you find, you listen to a group of musicians, and something just seems to be pulling and tugging. And as I said, I wish that I had me when I was much younger. So the little things like the bass on the drum needs to lock. You know, keyboard player, don't overplay. Guitar player, don't overplay. Because it happened to me. I come from
You
being the only
listen.
person,
Yeah.
yeah, being the only person playing at church. So playing everything. But then Paul had to tell me one time, he said, yo, you have a guitarist, you know? You know, Paul
Alexander.
saxophonist, you know? So having to do all this thing now, I realized I have to just, you know. So just imagine. So now I think about, oh no, the amount of nonsense I did in the past. You know, so those some of those little things, they look at fine tuning. So those,
Great.
and there are more services to come. As where he
Yes.
leads me, I will follow.
Great. Great. I hear that, and it has to continue. We have to pass this thing on to Grenada, and more persons need to benefit. We ain't keeping that to ourselves, right? So,
Okay.
what Auntie say there again? What
She's
Auntie we
talking about,
closing up? You know, why you telling your son?
she's talking about Kanye. John, if Kanye listen,
Oh, the next multi-talented, that boy may be better than his father already, you know.
and he is, and he's supposed to. There's another thing. I remember my good friend at Senbi while I was in the insurance industry. He one day said that it is the duty of a parent to make sure that his children go further than he did. I have met a lot of people who actually try to hold back their kids because they keep find their kids are shining brighter than they are. How
Yeah,
could that
I've
be?
met many, brother. Many.
You know, how could you want to hold back your own seed? Your job
Many.
is to make sure that they can go further, not just your own maybe blood children, but your students. Send them to shine. Let them go ahead and shine. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You know? And again, to his lack of, sometimes I say, the right education.
Mm-hmm.
You know, train them, let them do it. You know, right now, everything that I'm doing, I want to find somebody who could do it better. That allows me to do something else.
Or you support somebody who could
Yeah,
step up and play
yeah.
that game. And I'll tell you, as a lecturer, when all my students pass, and look out for it, it may be coming your way. When all my students pass and pass with A's, I was chastised.
What?
Yeah, they couldn't believe that. How could all your students pass? And in fact, all pass with A's. It happened in Jamaica. It happened in Grenada.
So it means
That
that
is when I
somebody's supposed
realized.
to fail?
That's when I realized that, is it really true? Do we really want to empower people? And I question that, because you can't have teachers and lecturers do not want to see people pass or succeed or surpass them. And I started to question the system in terms of, wow, why would you teach then? To teach people to fail? You get me? And I don't believe in that. So every student in my class starts with an A, and the majority of them end with an A. That's the philosophy. So if you want people to go, you start with an A, you better work and keep it up. And you go Jamaica. Now, if my students are listening here now, they will tell you. That is the approach we want, as you, as the musician, to ensure that you keep that. So I get it in Jamaica, I get it in Grenada. All where I go and teach, even in teachers' college here, I taught teachers, and while they were getting F in other subjects and B and C, they were getting A in my course. And well, they near kill me. That's another story. But I
No, I mean, I recall one of the insurance exams I was doing, the first class, the moderator said to us, he said, I am here to assist you in passing. I am not here to try to fail you, but to us. And I always remember that. Always remember that. You gotta assist somebody.
thank you. And that's what it must be. So we have to redesign the thing, brother. And as we say, we're closing this chapter, because we're not going beyond 10. We're
Yeah.
closing this chapter. and and the message that you leave now Let it be a synopsis or a summary of your thoughts as a Harper Services, a music educator specialist, to the world and the parents and everybody listening.
Well, well, first of all, I want people to remember when they think of music to think of Hap. When they think of Harper's music, so when you think of music, you think of us. All right, that's our little tagline. However, um, I'm about sharing the gift of music with the world. It's a gift, and I'm sharing it. And in the process of sharing this gift, it is my hope that all those who I encounter discover their own gifts and go out and share to the world as well. You know, let us go out and brighten the little corner where we are. That's essentially what I'm about. So I want when the good Lord calls me home, whenever that is. I hope it is not soon. Whenever He calls me home, that I will be satisfied that just as He did on the cross, one of the last words on the cross was "It is finished." I want to be comfortable that it's finished. That's what I want to leave with everybody tonight.
But you had to big up your people who was giving trouble tonight. So I don't want you to leave and people say you didn't say hi to them, a hello, a thank you, a
Well,
greet.
I
So that
let
you're
me
free
see.
greeting time now.
I think I saw. Well, Sister Joan was on from early. You
She
know,
calling your son.
She said that my mother. She said that my mother gave her permission. All right. So I want to. I saw Colin was on. I saw Shirley on is on. Miss Lorraine. Um, my sister, I was called her Tanti Ali. I saw she was on as well. I believe I saw Mr. Jeremiah was on for a while.
Yeah.
I see Miss Peters was on commenting. Miss Peters is a parent, and her boy is also at PBC. Yeah?
Hmm. Okay.
Um, I have to remind people later on that many times when they see me, my PBC hat will be off because they have to get accustomed to that as well because I that's where a lot of the work started. It's my alma mater, but they'll have to know that I have to start continuing the work that people like Mr. Ramdani did. All
Serve the
right.
nation. Yes, man.
Yes, and I really want to be able to do that. So, and I hope the PBC people don't get vexed with me because they can't keep me they won't be able to just keep me but for themselves. I have to be shared with, and I want to share with other people who can help me on the mission. All right, and I want to big up, Lord, to call names go be wow. But from the people who started with me, from family and friends, the home people, you know, there are some people who, when I hear I say Ken, I know that's home people, you know. But from school and all scouts and youth quake and those who are involved, I had a time in the Pan fraternity as well. I was involved with two of the steel bands in Guelph. As a matter of fact, I didn't tell you that about Pan, but when the thing bite me 1 year, in 1 week, I played in Panama. They have a jumpy, you know. So all the people who I have encountered who had a kind word to say to me, um, you know, who kept me going, didn't make me feel too crazy because um when you do certain things, people just find you crazy. You know, the well wishers, church, you know, I mean, when I say church, I'm talking about clergy and the lay people, you know, who have supported me in whatever way. Um, my previous my surgical family, you know, and you know, sometimes you just call people, you just forget some, you know, my extended family, neighbors, friends. There's a lot, I know, and the energy is there. There's a lot of people supporting me. All right, there's a lot of people who I know support what I'm doing. Please continue to support what I do, but also support the kids. Do the best you could in your little corner, in whatever way, and let us just do our own little, you know, the little that we could. to just leave the planet better than we met it. You know?
Yes, man.
And for those who probably whose name I forgot, because we're big up yourself too, because there's a lot of you there. There's lots of you who who have been there with me on the journey, the transformation journey. Because let me tell you something, it has been a journey. I was a very shy person. All right, but I don't talk, so I got accustomed to talking.
Yeah, you heard it from the man himself. Huh? Harper, the music specialist, he playing anything you put in your hand or you put in front of him. You understand? It was a pleasure tonight. As you say, drama, theater, music, everything combined tonight, guys. It was a pleasure. You know how we do it. We are closing this session. We thank you for being with us. And of course, I'll leave you with piece of Harper and his children, his students, or however you want to call them.
But before you go though, you talk about all the instruments I play. As a harper, I'm yet to learn to play the harp.
Go on. Well, I had to do better than that.
So next on my bucket list.
Yes.
So if you know anybody that has a harp, how could I know? I was talking about anybody might have a harp that might want to donate it. But
yes,
any of you who know there are people who have instruments that are willing to part with them, who are willing to donate so that kids can learn to play, feel free to contact me. If you want to in sharing the gift of music, you want to gift an instrument or equipment or so to the work that I've started, join me in the work and share in the journey. Once you are assisting Harper's Music Services, you're helping to share the gift of music. And I've had some people who have donated from piano to guitar, drum set, that's all. All right. So thanks to all of those who have, and thanks to those of you who will continue to support the work.
All right, guys, you heard it. That's how we do it. This is where we close the curtains right now. And I say the value of the arts, nobody beats that. As you say, the arts is everywhere, living, live. And when we meet the masters or the specialists in Grenada, we will highlight them. As you say, we will touch the world, but Grenada has value too, and so we have to highlight it. Nobody beats the value of the arts. And as I say, encourage your child, your children, your loved one to taste it. Huh? Encourage your schools, if you're a parent, to start it, support it, because it unlocks your potential. You don't have to be a musician, but you can use the skills of music or the art of music to transform your life. So too for the other art forms. You get me? We thank you for staying with us. We love all of you. I see Carly here. I see a lot of people stepping here. Queens, I see Brother Jerry. Miss Troublesome Joan. I see all of you there. And who else I can call? All the names. Guys, thank you for staying with us throughout the show. And I say Shirley-Ann, I don't know how to call you, if it's sister or mommy. Ask her, all of you. Big up, enough love. You've been there. And who I say? Heidi. Well, I can't call my name because I want to do like Papa and start calling all the name, Kimberly and them, right? Anyway, blessings, guys. All of you who were there and who've been liking and commenting and sharing, we thank you so very much. This is CRWPAACR Williams Performing Arts Academy. That's what we do. We do drama, but we go into the depths of it as a form of therapy. We support the artists at the same time, keeping the arts alive. Thank you. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Protect I and I from the trap set for me. Into your hands I submit my spirit. Almighty, deliver me. Yes, deliver me.
you about life. School doesn't teach you about learning how to survive. And that is something that I think I needed, especially as a teenager. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just going, just doing things. Even as a young adult, I had no idea what I was doing. Just living. I would say sometimes recklessly, just don't care. And you know, school just teaches you books, and you get your CXC subjects, and you graduate and you get a good job. But you're on the job, it's a good job, you're well paid, but you're unhappy. And I just wanted to be happy, really and truly. I was tired of being sad, I was tired of being angry, I was tired of being confused, I was tired of being lost. I just wanted to be happy, and I didn't know how to make myself happy until I went through the process of drama therapy. I had no idea of how to make myself happy. I thought that, you know, certain things, I'll buy certain things and I'll feel good, and then the next day it's like there's something missing.